Baby. What up? I'm gonna let a few of y'all get in here real quick. Can y'all hear me? Press 1 if y'all can hear me. Just making sure. That's a Midtown, man. You can get on whenever you're ready. We're gonna let this song play out, man, for a few minutes, man. We chilling, we cruising, we on a, you know, I always with the subliminals, man. We cruising, we going somewhere, right? Where do you think we going? Where y'all think we going? Y'all thought I played this fucking shit for no reason. Y'all don't know me yet. Let's fly.
What's up, brother?
What's going on, man? You ready?
Let's get it.
All right, man. So you hear me cruising right now, man. So
what's up, brother?
We're gonna take them where we're going.
All right.
Hold on.
He says a huge echo. He says a huge echo.
Welcome to the dark side, y'all. Underworld, man. So how y'all doing, man?
Yeah, I couldn't even.
Can you hear me?
Couldn't even hear what you're saying. Yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah, so introduce yourself to the people, man, that's coming in.
What's happening to everybody that's tuning in? Stefan, what's happening, man? Miss Savage, what's going on? Roberto, present, what's going on? It's Freeport. You know, you can follow me on Professor MGTOW on YouTube, or you can follow me on Mr. Freeport on Instagram. Really, I go by the same name on Instagram, both of those names, but only one on YouTube. But You rocking with my brother AFI tonight, and we about to be talking about this underworld thing. This underworld, there's many layers to it, but we're gonna be diving into it. So let the room fill up, and hope you guys ready to absorb these red pills. You guys still hearing the echo? Let me get off the headphone. Maybe that's why.
Yo, yo. I think
Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm not sure. I hear you on the phone, but it's coming in lagged on the actual show.
I just turned one of them off, man, and just look. I just turned one of them off and just look at what's going on in the chat and shit.
All right, you guys still hearing the echo? Let me know in the comments.
Where's my thing at? Oh, okay. They still hearing it?
I don't see no comment on it.
Okay. All right, man. So it's good chopping game with you. I want to tell people where I met you off of Instagram, and you can tell me because I get them confused on myself. I don't know if I want to say Professor MGTOW or Mr. Freeport. I always say Mr. Freeport, but should I be saying Mr. MGTOW, Professor MGTOW?
No, Mr. Freeport is cool. You know, Professor MGTOW, you know, that's Mr. Freeport is my artist name. So I just rock with that. I changed it from my artist page to the MGTOW page.
Wow.
So I just, you know, I go by both. There's people who know me, they call me Freeport. You know, that's where I was from. That's where I was born. So that's why people call me that. But yeah, either one is cool with you, brother.
Somebody just asked me, did you have a channel? I was like, yeah, it's Professor MGTOW. It's the same person.
Yeah, man. On Instagram and on the YouTube. On YouTube is Professor MGTOW, and the same thing on Instagram. Or you can type in Mr. Freeport, and it'll bring you. If you Google search Mr. Freeport, it'll bring you to there too.
Okay, man. So we got to make sure people sub to the channel, man. So, what was your introduction to the? Well, first off, tell these cats what the underworld is, in case they don't know, because we got a lot of listeners who ask, and now they got somebody who they can actually tell them. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the underworld to me is the sexual world minus all the social standard rules. So where you may have a woman who chooses a guy based off this and that for providers and all this, the sexual underworld is just raw, animalistic, what I call the dark side desires. And by dark side desires, the reason why, you know, a lot of people on my page know me for that term is because the water is mine on an esoteric level. And the deeper you go into the water, the deeper you go into the mind, the darker it gets. You know what I'm saying? There's less light at the bottom of the water. So that's the subconscious. So when you're talking about the underworld, you're talking about the desires, the dark places, the hidden places, the swinger clubs, the sex parties that people go to fill out their deepest, darkest, raw, animalistic sexual desires. So that is the underworld to me. What about you?
That's funny because actually I just made a drop today by request for Patreon. I'll send it to you. My first orgy. So y'all know I just gave y'all 16. I never gave them to y'all back to back. 16 when I was on I Almost Got Married for Money Part 2. And then yeah, the first one was a Filipino. The second one was a chick from Kenya. So I told that story, and it's a pretty funny story. I'll send it to you. I ain't even posted.
I gotta check that out.
Yeah, and then my first orgy, I was like, damn, I'm up to 17, and I never discussed that one. But the underworld is a lot of things to me. it's what you discussed, but it's like it's almost kind of like, okay, so download guy down like download dudes or whatever, right? So they're in that scene. Us on the outside don't know, but you're on the scene. Those guys, they know. So it's like once you're kind of there, it's like you're kind of like a vampire. Like it's more than just the situations that you're in. Like it's a whole nother thing. Like I'm trying to, okay, just like put it like this. So y'all know where I work. So my whole thing is, within that, me and my boy, we're in the mix to the point where it's like everybody kind of know what's up and they cool with it, and because we done both got around like that, and I don't know, it's because how I'm trying to explain it is this, because people will just have a threesome and think that's underworld, or even go to an orgy and that's just, oh, I'm a part of it now. Like that don't really, yes, I'm saying that don't really mean that just because you done some shit. It's like an environment. It's like,
right. It's a whole new world, a whole new social class.
So you see, that's what I'm trying to explain. And like, some people think if they do some underworld shit, that means that they're in it, and that it's different.
Nah, if you go to, for example, I mean, there's levels to this as we're going to get into, especially when we're talking about, like, we can talk about the environment plus inside as a group, as a community, as inside the human mind, meaning the individual's mind. But when it comes to the environment, if you go to a swinger club, for example, in Atlanta, you may find politicians and athletes and, political people, all type of people. And this is their second family. This is their second circle. And they all know something. It's almost like if you watch Eyes Wide Shut. Huh?
Yeah, a lot of unspoken.
Yeah. If you watch Eyes Wide Shut, or like some Illuminati type stuff, when they say don't talk about the secrets that happens in this club, that's what it's like. You see somebody on the street and, you might see them and run across them. You might not say nothing, but you know who they are. And you know what they're into and this and that. So there's levels to it, but it's definitely a community. And it's not just about the sex. It becomes a community, which is almost like a second family if you're deep into it. Mm-hmm. It becomes a networking community. It becomes a business community, but it's a second life.
Not to cut you off. Think y'all seen Boogie Nights? Think about that a little bit. That whole scene. It was porn. It was underworld, you know what I'm saying? The shit that was going on, the connections, you feel me? Right. That Nash, the drugs, the guns, the sex, the porn. It was a connection going on.
Yeah, and people could be themselves, and you see who they truly are. And the thing about there's levels to it, man. But before we dive into it, man, if you guys got any questions about it specifically, go ahead and get them in the comments. What I'm saying? Get those likes up too, man. Because it's going to be a deep one right here.
You got a guest, so don't be afraid to ask. This is the best time. Because he's going to tell y'all.
What got me into understanding, because I've been in the swinger clubs and all type. At one point, like I told guys on the first video that you had me on with the Super Friends, I told them that I took my main chick and we went to the swinger club, and I would see her get pounded on by other dudes, not because I was into it, but because I wanted to break my mind from the effects of being for example, when a woman cheats on you, when you feel a certain way, you're like, damn, somebody else in my pussy. I wanted to break that. And because I knew I wasn't going to marry this woman, I used her as an opportunity to break that in myself and level up as a man. So now things like that, it doesn't bother me, because the pussy is just the pussy. I understand that sex, you can separate it because of the underworld, because of the swinger parties. And it's not just, and it's not just about, threesomes, like he said, and things like that. There are all types of different parties, and and two of my closest homegirls are both sex therapists, and a lot of the shit that I hear comes from them as well, from their personal lives and from their clients, because they're both pretty fucked up as well, sexually wise.
Right. I know my first little experience like that. I was 18. I was a senior in high school. So I was a senior in high school, and you know what? It's just funny. I ain't thought about this shit in hella long. So the situation was, it was a little thought. So this thought, my cousin used to fuck on her first. Okay. So my friend ended up fucking with her. He didn't get hooked up by her, but he started fucking with her. And they both knew it and shit, and just went tripping. So my partner started smashing her. Then she hooked me up with a friend. I smashed the friend. And she fucked with older cats. So she fucked with this old dope dealer dude. At the time, maybe he was 27, but when you like 18, it seemed hella old to me. Now I'm old, that seemed hella young to me. But so he took us to this place called the Power Exchange. If you from the Bay, y'all know what I'm talking about. So it was me. I even remember he had a new Z, so he thought he was hella tight. I thought it was tight too though. So he had the new Z, and it was him. It was the bitch. It was me. Him, the bitch, me, her friend, and my friend. So 1, 2. So it was 3 dudes and 2 bitches. So we went 5 deep to Power Exchange.
All right.
So we walking around in there. It's motherfuckers in there jacking off. It's naked bitches, naked dudes. It's hella floors and shit. So we go on like on some couple shit. So the dude, the older dude, he was trying to see. He didn't know we was with the shit. Like, just because I had never been there, I was still fucking a gang of bitches already. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So he just was getting head hella fast and shit. Like, yeah, look at me, y'all. And I'll be like, all right, nigga, we trying to get our shit off. Fuck that shit. What you doing over there? You know what I'm saying? So we walking around and shit. So they got all these fantasy rooms. It's like a medieval room, like just the whole, like it's like they're almost like sets. So we walking around trying to find one with a door. None of them have a door. We found that out later. So we just fuck it. So we go into the doctor's office and shit. And then so I try to unscrew the light bulb, because I'm like, man, motherfuckers can see us, but they don't need to see us. You know what I'm saying? So he get head, and I hit from the back, and then we rotate and shit like that. Man, it's hella motherfuckers just come around the shit and just be watching, and just like on some weird shit. And I'm a teenager, so I'm like kind of going bad and shit. And so I smashed on them. We end up stopping. Then the dude got mad at the bitch because she cat off with us and got a train ran on her. So he ended up fucking her on the pool table in front of us. We cat off again. I got head from another bitch. It was this part where these bitches were getting spanked and shit and tied up. So I ended up getting head from one of them hoes over there. But that was my first little experience to like, man, this motherfucker's on some other shit. And I was young, you know what I'm saying? I was 18, so.
I got the right time to figure out, get red pilled on it.
Mm-hmm. Round this bitch in the house. Uh-oh. What y'all think about to happen now? I don't know. Say it in the chat what's going to happen now.
What's happening, Motto?
Let's see how smart y'all is.
He said the Patrice O'Neal test. What's the Patrice O'Neal test?
I don't know it.
I was talking to my homegirl, and she was telling me about she has a client. She's a very successful sex therapist, but she's also a nymphomaniac, and she's hella fucked up, man. I'll get into her a little bit later on, but she was telling me about a black mayor. You know, the black mayor went to the HBCU. He's all part of Black Lives Matters, part of NAACP, and all this stuff. You know, he was a lawyer, but he goes to sex parties where in Atlanta and in the outskirts of Georgia, where blacks are treated as slaves. So at this party, you have this huge plantation, and blacks go there because they're into race play. And if you don't know what race play is, it's when you're treated. It's pretty much like racism, sexual play, but it's not just sex. So they go to this plantation party, and they during the daytime they're picking cotton, they're serving the white folks and all this, and then everything that happened in the slave days, it happens on this party. So you got guys getting pegged by white guys, and you got women getting whipped until they bleed, but they're enjoying this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So there's levels as we get into it. There's levels to the type of let me say, different flavors or different genres of the underworld as well, because it's not just regular sex.
I choke some bitches out. Oops, I shouldn't have said that.
Huh? What's happening, model? You having on?
They supposed to say what's up, man. They gotta talk, man, if they want that shit. They'll get it, but y'all be getting hella free game, man. So y'all gotta get active in this chat, man. Y'all want round this bitch up in here, y'all say something.
Get the likes up too, man. You got 19 people, only 2 likes, at least from what I see, man. You guys get the likes up, man. It don't cost nothing if you're not, super chatting or spending money or this and that. That's so how you can support with likes, man. It don't cost nothing to swipe the finger, man. Just close the live chat for half a second. And that dude, what that does is gets him filtered through YouTube. So his video goes through on YouTube and it gets seen to more people. So it helps the brand out. And it don't cost you nothing but close the live chat for half a second and hit the like button.
See how they do. But they still stick around for the game though. Like, whatever you all talk about, give me more of it.
Yeah, you gotta support, man. You have to. The universe reciprocates.
I'm gonna quit YouTube on these cats. They're gonna be saying I'm an asshole, and then I'm gonna be like, "This is the reason why." I stay fucking with. I dropped twice today on them drops that I did today. They were supposed to be Patreon drops, but I just dropped them because it was saying like that I thought I lost the videos and shit. It wouldn't let me play them unlisted. So I was like, man, let me just see if it worked. And it works. So I'm just like, I'll keep it up for a second.
Yeah, I gotta check that one out. The marriage story.
Oh, did you see the Filipino one? That's on YouTube.
Nah, I'm gonna check that out when we get off here, man.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, you guys get the likes up though. But as I was saying before, man. So there's levels to it. So when we talk about the sexual underworld, I want to tie it in with the dark side desires. Like I said, that's the things that women watch on Pornhub that they don't want nobody knowing about. The things they really get off on. And you would be surprised to the type of things that women get off on, man. As an example, just one of the therapists, because I know 2 of them that are sex therapists, but one of them, she's a nympho. She was molested from 3 to 13 years old by her uncle. She's 38 or 39 right now, and she still sleeps with her uncle. It's the only way she can get off. So when they have their family reunions or she go on work vacation, she's married. She will have her uncle meet up with her and smash her. That's the only way she can come. So she's never come with anybody else except her uncle, because that's the power of the imprint. The underworld and the dark desire, it starts with the imprint. And a lot of the time, the people that are in these things have desires that are deep rooted from other parts in life. So as a man, this is why you have to understand a woman's dark side desires and understand her traumas and understand that she was molested, that she was raped. You have to know this because it's going to show you layers of her sexual identity. her dark side desires, and you will know how to fulfill these things. This you cannot be the top lover in a woman life because you fuck her best. As I always say, there can be a man with a 10-inch dick who makes her come 100 times, but she'll choose the guy with a 3-inch dick if he can fulfill her dark side desires because it's fulfilling the mental aspect of the sex, the mental part. What's up, Red Pill Chauvinist?
Red Pill Chauvinist, what's going on, King?
What the likes looking like, man? Y'all get the likes up, bro. That shit crazy, man. Got 20 in here and only 2 likes, man.
Some cats. Just keep flowing now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this chick, she can only get off with her uncle, man. And then on top of that, it can only be degradation too. So if you're trying to make love, there's chicks like that. Like once a woman's been molested, let me go down into the imprint. I don't know if a lot of guys know about the womb imprint, but it's usually the first 3 men or the first 3 sexual encounters a woman has. You know, her first imprint is her father and how he deals with her. But then from a sexual standpoint, it's about what's happening, brother?
What's happening? Brian is bent. Mr. Freeport in the house.
What's happening, man? What's happening? Long time no chat.
Not much, man. Just cooling, man. Yeah, man. We've been man. Keep doing what you're doing. No, man, you be pissing them bitches off, man. Putting them in that game, that red pill, red pill, true.
Hold up, you breaking up like slow motion.
A lot of people cannot handle. You know, you can't handle the goddamn truth around this bitch.
All right, go. Right there.
Yeah, you know, it's just Mr. Freeport, man. You know, it's an honor to finally chop it up with you, man.
Likewise, brother. Likewise, man. You one of the ones that motivated me to start my page, brother.
Oh yeah.
You used to be talking consistent truth.
Oh, you talking about what my IG page
yes, sir.
on YouTube?
Well, both.
Oh yeah.
We met on Instagram, but then when I saw you had the YouTube, I said, "Okay, my brother bringing them red pills crucially on the ass, man. I got to get motivated and get on it." So it was seeing your page got me on it, but we already had chopped it up and linked through our Instagram.
Yeah, most definitely. IG, you be putting out there truth.
You breaking up a little bit. It's coming out. Maybe it's on my end. I'm not sure if they hearing it too.
Breaking up.
Yeah, you know, it's just could you hear me now?
Yep.
It's like slow motion, like damn, stay there.
But you know, man, it's just and speaking of the topic tonight, the underworld around this bitch. Man, I got some stories from the underworld, man. It's powerful, man, when people don't realize this is going on all around the world, right under their noses.
Facts. Yeah, go ahead.
Especially down here in down here in the goddamn ATL, man. But you know, the scene, you know, I've talked about before. It's the Queen of Spades fiend. You know, the fetish of white dick. It is a serious addiction that they have to black men. I'm talking about some of them motherfuckers. They need a goddamn 12-step program around this bitch. But them motherfuckers, man, I'm telling you around this bitch, they will worship a black man like a god. And I'm telling you, man, you walk into a room, they drop to their knees, and I'm talking about that dick is at the back of their goddamn throat like a tractor trailer around this bitch.
I heard that one. Red Pill, what up? Lawrence D. Adams. What up? Red Pill, beam you up. Go ahead. Go ahead. Y'all can hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, but he ain't lying, man. Go ahead, Motto.
Let me read this.
Talking about, man, they goddamn, they get it in. And, you know, it is an alternative for men who mentally that do not want to go through all the bullshit to get a piece of pussy, because I don't believe that anybody should got to go through all this bullshit in this blue pill society to get a piece of pussy. When you can just go to a swingers club, or, you know, a lot of times around in Atlanta they have these private mansion parties and shit, and man, they have all time get a goddamn boat out on the lake and have you know what I'm saying?
Around this bitch. How many bitches you said you fucked this month? 70.
I think it's goddamn 78.
ATL's that spot for real, man. That's just like Sodom and Gomorrah on many levels.
7 to 8 around this bitch. Yeah, man. That's why a lot of time, man, I stay hidden and ducked. You know, I like to fly a lot and shit. Hell, you know, I off for the most part. I'm on my purpose and grinding it. Because you're right, there's a lot of shit here that can get you. You can easily get off target real quick if you ain't careful, especially if you don't got that red pill. If you don't got that red pill, you fucked up down here around this bitch.
Yeah. Yeah.
And one thing about it, the R. Kelly situation just basically highlighted what is going on all around America in the African American community. Many of you probably know to high school with back in the day down by full grown men. And this shit is going on all over the mother. These young girls are these full grown men. They sell dope or because they rap or whatever the fuck. And they pussy be so big to be by the time they're 21 or 22 years old enough to hit a goddamn home run in, bitch.
Hold on, man.
Y'all still there?
Yeah. It started out for a second.
Yeah.
Y'all to talk days, man. What's up?
Yeah.
Y'all still there?
Yeah.
I said,
It started out for us.
I said, man, these goddamn.
Hold on, this shit fucking up. Y'all keep going.
I hear you though.
I'm telling you, man, these women, man, they've been getting dick down since they were teenage girls. And by the time they 21 or 22, that pussy so goddamn wide you can hit a home run in that motherfucker. Like, your pussy is too big to be so goddamn young around this bitch.
We got Minister Jap in the house, man. Salute, Minister Jap. We talking about the underworld. We got Lawrence D. Adams in the house, just popped up in there.
Uh-oh.
What's good with y'all brothers, man?
What's good, man? We talking about the underworld, Minister Jap. What's your take on it?
Underworld, what y'all talking about? The dope game?
No, we talking
No. No.
with the bitches.
Oh, okay. You talking about the sex trafficking shit?
No, not the sex trafficking shit, man. Just
not sex trafficking, like swingers type underground freak parties.
Oh shit, man! I ain't
These
gonna
bitches to be in church singing in the choir on all fours.
Man, my latest discovery is really just these hotep bitches, man. These conscious bitches. Really seeing how they get down. You know what I'm saying? Like the fuckery with them. Like they some freaks on the low. Like
them conscious bitches be like they be if you look at their high school pics and shit, they be regular bitches most of the time.
Yeah, but see, like the conscious community really is like it's really like the black church. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause motherfuckers talk about how the black church, you know, got everybody fucking around, and you know what I'm saying. You got the priests, the pastor sleeping with a young bitch or whatever. Right. That shit is in the conscious community. They just like, oh, I take you as my wife, or you know what I'm saying. They try to articulate their nasty ass shit that they do. You know what I'm saying? And they be having like long drawn out explanations and speeches and shit. They try to make simple shit deep. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it ain't deep like that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them be strippers and shit on the side. Right. You know what I'm saying? They be having like little conscious orgies and shit. You know what I'm saying? They get high and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, little chick just got exposed. She been doing all this conscious, holistic healing, necklace, hotep bullshit. Then motherfucker find out she doing strip shows online on Saturdays and shit. You know what I'm saying? But got that necklace on with them big old African earrings and, you know, and a head wrap. I just call them head wrap hoes. You know what I'm saying?
Head wrap hoes.
Oh, hell yeah. The goddamn them hotep bitches be the main ones fucking with Dusty Dick what you call them? Dirty Dick Rodney ass niggas?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. They most of them single moms. You know what I'm saying?
Jap, what you think about that R. Kelly shit being from Chicago?
Man, I know it's true. I've been telling motherfuckers this shit for the longest. The nigga tried to holler at my cousin.
Oh shit!
At that rock and roll McDonald's when she was on her prom. So like the nigga been doing that shit for years. Like people in Chicago know this is true. Like everybody else, other states, they kind of optimistic about it. Well, maybe they trying to set him up. Like, nah, this nigga been out here. Like everybody got somebody they know who R. Kelly even tried or either fuck. You know what I'm saying?
I seen the video you made too. That was fire. The old school one in the barbershop.
Oh yeah. Shit. I've been going in on R. Kelly for over a decade. So like, I've been trying to raise awareness to that shit. You know what I'm saying? But this nigga was worth $100-something million at one point in time, and he had a lot of niggas on payroll. Like niggas was just kissing his ass. There's a lot of niggas still to this day like got in the game because him. I'm just saying, as far as being popping in the city and, you know, being able to be club promoters or turn rolling with kills into a career, you know what I'm saying? Like, was able to gain relationships where they started their own shit. Like, it's a lot of motherfuckers who came up fucking with R. Kelly just being an entourage.
Right. Lawrence D. Adams, man, what you got to say? Check in. What you got to say about the underworld? Let me check in.
Well, when I lived in Atlanta, I'm trying to think. I can't think of the place down in South Atlanta. Moto, you can help me where it is. Trapeze. That's right.
Trapeze.
Yes, that place right there. But when I came from Cleveland, so it was a little slower pace. Coming down there, I didn't understand there was a saying: if you come down there with your wife, you're gonna leave her. And I didn't believe it. And sure enough, we ended up splitting apart. Coming down to the Atlanta.
Man.
And so I went down there, and this unbelievable how many women, professional women, were willing to do things that I didn't see here up in Cleveland, or I wasn't even aware because of the kind of business I was in prior to going to Atlanta.
Oh, it's up in Cleveland. It's everywhere, dog.
It's in Cleveland, but I wasn't privy to that because of the certain industry that I was in. I wasn't involved in that. And so when I came to Atlanta, that's when my eyes began to open to see everything that was going on. So by the time I came back to Cleveland, it was actually my aunt and said, "Hey, this party's going on right, like you said, right around the corner. There's something going on at the hotel." And I had no clue about it because I was doing some other stuff. But yes, it is a serious thing, and a lot of people do not. And it's funny, even the women at work who are involved with that, because I work at the hospital. It is amazing.
Oh yeah, man! It's a few nurses I done been with, and a lot of healthcare professionals and doctors and okay, you know, they got that.
You breaking up, Moto?
Be able to get loose in a
you underwater, Moto?
And
Aquaman.
Red Pill, say what up. Say what
they
up.
They want to be able to get. Can you hear me now?
Not really.
Hey,
Aquaman, where you at?
Go ahead, Red Pill. You got to get it together.
Hey, yo, y'all speaking about the underworld. What I would say is, I believe the underworld is like a clear representation of women's true nature. Man.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No, I know better, man.
Back, Moto. All right, yo. What I was saying was,
just let them flow, Moto.
Yo, the underworld is basically like a representation of women's true nature, man. Yo, Moto, you back, man? Should I let you go? Or should I go? Yep. Yo,
Moto, this Red Pill go.
And even to add to what Lawrence was saying, man, because I also work in the health.
You go.
Yo, Moto.
Hey, man, I can't do shit about it, man. What I'm supposed to do? Hey, just let Red Pill talk real fast, man. He just checked in. Let him check in real quick, anyway.
Boom. Yeah, I was gonna say, one, the underworld is an accurate representation of female true nature, man. That's how the bitches really want to act. But society tells them that they can't act like that because they're worried about being called a whole slut, this, and the third. I also want to agree with Lawrence D. Adams also when he talked about the healthcare field, man. I work in the hospital, I work in the healthcare field, man. Nurses, just like Moto said, yo, you know how you watch some shows like ER and Grey's Anatomy, and them motherfuckers is barely doing operations, they just fucking. That's hospital life. Okay? That's hospital. See, me personally, I don't get involved in my hospital life because I'm a type of person, I don't like to mix my money with my pleasure, man. Especially in the society, the times we're living in now. You fuck around and flirt with a bitch at your job, you get sent to HR. Like, not because I was flirting with bitches, but I've already been sent to HR like at least 4 or 5 times, man. Strictly for being masculine, but that's a whole nother story. But we talking about the underworld, man. A lot of these dudes out here can't imagine what the underworld is like now. Now, I'm not gonna act like I've been knee deep in the underworld, but I've been on the side of it. Now, the reason why I've been on the side of it, y'all gotta know my background, man. You know what I'm saying? I got my degree in biology, man. So I did a whole lot of studying of, whole type of diseases and all. I ain't gonna tell you what I looked at, but just know, I study these things. So I'm more, and I also worked in a GYN clinic. So these things have an effect on your mind, on, on how you go about dealing with women and stuff like that. So that's why I'm a little, not really into the underworld and mixing all the juices and all that. But I still have to say, yo,
you never understand women unless you're the other dude, man. It don't matter. You gotta be.
No, I've been the other dude, but I've never been to a swingers club. Like I've been invited, like not a swingers club, like a sex club. Like you go to a dungeon, you go to one room, shorty's getting piped up by 3 dudes. You go to another spot, a chick is, playing with her stuff with a bunch of dudes just jerking them stuff off. Like, no, I'm good, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, but the last thing I'm gonna say is, dudes out here, regular dudes, can't even imagine chicks doing that. They look at it like, oh, it's a small percentage of women who do that. Those are certain. Nah, man. I say majority of chicks, if you fucking talk to them the right way, you know what I'm saying? You what's your word? I forgot the right word, but basically any chick can be sent to the underworld if your game is tight, man.
Yeah, you see that movie Addiction? That was a one right there, man.
Addiction? Who's in that one?
It's one of them black movies. Mr. Freeport, you there?
Yep.
All right, man. What's your take on it? Then shoot it to Jap when you finish your flowing real quick.
When we gotta understand that it's not just about the swinger clubs. It's I play college ball, and I remember I was telling my homegirl the first time I got red pilled was when I walked into my dorm room one time, you know what I'm saying, and about 8, 9 of my teammates were smashing on this married woman. And then, they're like, you want to get in? I'm like, nah, I'm good. But, I had to get my weed and roll one. So I'm watching the shit. The bitch was bad. So her phone rings in the middle of it. And she jumps up like, oh, shit, I forgot to get my kid. So she had a newborn baby in daycare. And she's a housewife. You know what I'm saying? So not only you a housewife, but you got your kid in daycare. And you forgot the kid was there because you getting ran on by some young niggas, 8, 9 niggas in a room. So it goes on in college. You see it when you're on a college football team. You see it when you're a Kappa. If you're a Kappa, this is why I tell dudes, do not fuck with those sorority hoes, man. Even past college, if you go to, they have parties. For example, I went to a Delta party and it was about 20 women, and I was one of 3 guys there. You know what I'm saying? One of 3 guys and a bunch of women there. They always have these parties that they'll invite just 3 guys, and and they'll take turns fucking with them and this and that. This shit goes on in every sorority. This is how they break the females in. You know what I'm saying? When you're a brand new girl trying to be a Delta or AKA, they're going to have you go fuck with 5, 6 guys at one time so you can get initiated. So the underworld, there's layers to it, and there's different communities as well. So you have the race play community, you have the BDSM community, you have just the casual vanilla sex community. You have hedonism, where people go to Jamaica and the whole island is a nude sex island. You have whole cruises that are dedicated to just swingers cruises. They'll rent out a whole Carnival or Royal Caribbean cruise and make it a swinger thing. And I'll say one last thing. When we see an older couple that's been married 30, 40 years, 95% of the time they're swingers, because in this day, marriages don't last long and they're monogamous. People out there having sex. The marriages that do last long, they're swinging and they're getting their brains plowed out by other people.
Wow.
Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah,
man. This bitch.
I will say this, man. Like, I never really gave this whole topic a lot of thought. I'm actually getting I'm getting educated right now. I didn't know. I'm about to start looking into this shit. But what I will say,
over here, man.
I talked to Chris Law, and
that's what's up.
When that whole Sansa Ray ordeal, he was breaking down that swingers lifestyle, and it's a lingo, it's like a code. They know how to act. They don't judge each other. It's like they're like their own fraternity. I'm like, what the fuck? And it was like, really, like, he went in on her because she was kind of breaking the code. She was like telling a lot of shit that wasn't that. It's like a judge-free zone. Like, they could be in a room with a woman who they know who just got a train ran on her, but they'll never bring it up, and they'll like, play that shit off. And I've never, like, up here, we don't really have that shit. We don't have no swingers club, so people travel to go to that shit. And I just never been that damn freaky before. But like another thing that I do notice though, this is what I keep my eyes peeled for all the time. These hoe trips, like you date
they fucking.
When they go out of town, don't go fuck. They talk about, I'm just going with my girls. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a no go. If any of you brothers out there, you got a girl and she wants to go on a whole trip. When she comes back, have her bags already packed, bro. Because it's she coming back with dick on her breath.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's no way around it. You're not about to have a bitch that been working out, buying outfits, getting her hair done, you know what I'm saying, getting ready to go on a trip and be in paradise and be drinking margaritas, sun out, taking the best pictures, looking the best she could possibly look like. And at the end of the night, ain't nobody plowing that ass. That's some bullshit. She's not sitting around here cackling with her homegirls and they sipping Mai Tais and eating crab legs by themselves. You know what I'm saying? And them niggas over there, they damn near like a lot of them like tropical island ass places. A lot of them niggas is kind of like hoes. You know what I'm saying? They be fucking like, like sex workers damn near, you know what I mean? They be fucking old bitches, whatever. They don't give a fuck. That's how they So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't do that whole trip shit, man, at all.
I got put on to the swinger shit, Jap, is because I got a friend, right? And he like a big stripper. So I used to bounce parties with him. You feel me? So that kind of is attached to that shit. And I used to just fuck bitches at the party and shit, like, to the point where it was normal. Like, when y'all bitches be having these bachelorette parties, y'all be thinking it's good because y'all have they fucking, fam. The minimum I ever seen is fingering and sucking on titties. I would go to these parties like 2 on Saturday and 1 on Sunday every weekend. There's never been a time where nothing happened. I didn't see him get his dick sucked by 2 bitches. I didn't get my dick sucked by hella bitches. Bitches be naked, running around in there, playing, drinking and shit, cooking, dancing, having twerk contests and shit. It's crazy, man. They live their life like it's like they forget that they were in a relationship. They looking at it like okay, as a married, but they forgot about the engagement. They, I mean, when women are around other women and alcohol, it's a wrap for you. It's a wrap for her. I promise you, nigga.
They go on vacation with and see a bunch of bitches while you're on vacation. See how they act.
Nigga,
like,
all
they want to do is drink and fuck.
Fam, I've never flew out and not fucked a bitch. Ever. Ever, nigga. Every time I go somewhere. I went to New York with my mama for a week and still fucked 2 bitches. You feel me? It's finesse game, man. So and when bitches see that you by yourself, they with it. You know what I'm saying? Because they feel like you see, this the trick. You gotta sometimes tell bitches that you got a bitch. So then that way when you hang out with them, they think you ain't trying to fuck. Because sometimes bitches want to fuck, but then they want to convince themselves that it just happened, even though they knew it was on the menu. You feel me?
But see, one thing about it is they love the fact that you either don't know nobody that they know.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's like no witness is no case. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If they go out of town, you know what I'm saying? It was out of town, no witness, no case. As long as she ain't take no pictures, she ain't give you her real phone number, whatever, she'll bang. You know what I'm saying? And you know, she could come back home and act like it ain't nothing happened and rewrite history. You know what I'm saying? Like,
we call that plausible deniability.
Lying by admission. It's cold, man. I didn't have bitches in my house and fucking baby daddy from jail calling shit. My dick be out. Crazy shit. These niggas don't even be knowing. They be like, yeah.
Hey yo, Afi, tell me, while she's on the phone, you trying to get her to, scream and moan or whatever on the phone, right?
No, I ain't an asshole like that. I like to keep my shit going, my ego in check. I'll shut the fuck up and just wait and get head when she finish. I ain't gonna try to fuck it up and have that nigga calling like crazy just because I wanted to crack. No, I'm gonna keep my shit going. And then when I get his release date is coming, then I'll fuck the shit up. So this game, it's timing with it.
I can't say I did that. I didn't say I kept on doing it while he was on the phone. I just had to, just couldn't. When it is what it is.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, most dudes be trying to fuck hard to show out.
Yeah, I didn't say my name and all this, but she was doing while he was on the phone. I was tapping around. While she because in jail you got long conversation. So
yeah,
I let the long conversation continue.
but you said something, man. You said it's cold out here, man. But it's a cold game, fam. It's a cold game. When you learn about women's true nature, we talking about the underworld. Once I learned about the underworld, that was it for me. That was like, yo, fuck these bitches. Like, can you understand? I was raised by a mother who went to church every other day and this, that, and the third. And she's like, women are flowers. We got to treat them like this, that, and the third. So for me to live life and experience the opposite, it's like like a crash course. Like, holy shit, I've been lied to.
Hey, Red Pill.
Yeah.
Let me say this while I'm thinking about it, because I'm gonna give JAP his props, because we feel the same. Because when I did this shit, I did a Lucario drop, JAP, and I was talking about the phone shit. I caught so much slack from that. Niggas was mad, and I'm telling niggas like, y'all tripping. You feel me? And I know that the phone never lies, man. Like,
well, no,
bitches ain't gonna tell you what they got going on, man. And so I on the drop, I say, yeah. I don't know sneaky shit, but if a bitch take a shower, I'm gonna pick that shit up and look and see, because I want to see how this bitch interact with cats. I want to see what she be saying. I want to see, you know what I'm saying? They ain't gonna tell you. And one time I did it. I had a bitch, man. She do everything I fucking say, whatever I want. But even still, she had a nigga from Atlanta that was gonna come out here and shit. And I seen it. I never confronted her about it. I just moved her back in the rotation. Like, all right, boop boop. Now you guys take 2 steps back, like Monopoly and shit. That's all I did.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
man. Always got a runner up, man. They always got something.
Yeah,
up, you know what I'm saying. That's why when you start fucking with them, you know what I'm saying, it's like boom, instantly. Like, you know what I'm saying, they in the mix with another motherfucker. They keep a runner up. So
hey, how was your reaction the first time that shit happened to you?
What you talking about, getting caught up on the phone? No,
man, just you fucking with a bitch and then she just got an instant relationship and shit.
Man, I see that shit often, man. It's just like, I have low expectations for these bitches. Like, they really be trying to get through to me and try to plead their case. I'm like, all right, They're like, no, just believe me. I'm like, all right, we'll see. You know what I'm saying? I don't really have high expectations for hoes, man. I know what they up to, so I just keep bitches on deck. I keep at least 2 or 3. I'm straight.
2 or 3, man. That's
I used to have a whole lot of them, but I just don't be having time. Like, you know, I'd be like, shit. Sometimes I catch a new bitch. I'll be like, man, I gotta throw her in the mix. Bitches is bad.
Yeah.
Then I start losing sleep because I got, you know, between work, this shit, and juggling them motherfuckers.
Yeah. You two take a lot of time, man. I got way less bitches, but now that I got my shit and I be doing it, that shit be taking up hella fucking time. That Instagram shit, man.
Yeah, shit, nigga, we supposed to been linked up plenty of times. I got caught up fucking with Shorty the other day. I'm like,
you tapped in.
I was like, yeah, man, I'm out, man. You know, we have a drink, man. That shit, man, we just all day kicking it.
Yeah, you tapped in. I just was on a little Korean barbecue / hot tub date last night. It was kind of awesome.
I want to try that Korean barbecue shit, man. Them steaks, I seen that shit on Instagram. Motherfucking steaks look crazy.
Yeah, I posted that shit on my stories and shit.
That was probably you. Then I seen that shit. That was probably you.
Yeah, man. We just was fucking around on what was it? That's why I tell Cash, you gotta fuck around through the week, man. If you want to do finesse game, you can't just do it on the weekends. It's less impactful.
No, shit.
It's not as impactful when you do it.
There's too much traffic going on the weekend too, cause you know what I'm saying, you might bump into one of your old pieces or another piece that you didn't, you know, told her that you're busy, and then you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it'd be too active on the weekend. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, you know what I'm saying, Mondays, you know what I mean? Shit.
Hell yeah. I got hella little under spots and shit, man. The under spots be the ones though, cause you don't seem like a cheap ass, man. But I be pumping that under shit to them. They be feeling sneaky when I take them there. Louis, I see you shake your head. What you got to say?
Yeah, I mean, I just know how it goes, man. A lot like Mr. JAP was just saying, when you just focus on the weekend, you miss out on all the opportunities when you can get wet during the week. Just keep it very clear, because no matter what, they're in a cycle. So their cycle can come anytime. So you got to make sure that you're right there to jump right in that cycle and take care of what needs to be taken care of. And a lot of guys miss out on that. And women are always on, always. They're ready. You just got to be the man that's ready to give it to them. And I'm telling you, and it's so easy. It's so easy once you understand, as Red P was saying, you understand women's nature. This was never taught. My father didn't teach me this. My mother had it, but I didn't pay attention.
Hey, once you learn seduction game, man, you can fuck damn near every bitch, man.
Because it becomes easy. You read all the signals. You see everything that's there. And
it's bitches that I don't fuck, but them be the ones that I probably didn't talk to, didn't get a chance to go on a date with. Usually when I get to the date 2 it's on. So date 1, she might be charged. Like some bitches seem cool on Instagram and shit. Then you kick it with them, they vibe be off. You just gotta charge them, or they might not have their shit together. And then it's just
what kind of books y'all brothers be into when y'all in as far as the game? You know what I'm saying? We can get these niggas some you know what I'm saying, some literature to read. You know what I'm saying, to sharpen their mind.
I just posted my book of the week, Robert Greene. I just got nature, man. That's what I'm
Robert Greene. I got that 48 Laws of Power.
That's my shit. That's my Bible, Jap. That's the first. I read that shit in '99 in high school. I remember when that came out. My mom used to read a lot of books, so she just put me on the shit to where it said I try to read a book a week or every 2. That's my shit.
48 Laws of Power.
Yeah.
Bootleg
version. Yes, hey yo, Aki, what I tell you I was reading this week, man.
He said,
same book, 48 Laws of Power, man.
I told you we had a whole discussion about that shit.
Yeah.
Yep. But yo, I got a book I'll suggest, man. Now this book ain't necessarily about the game, you know what I'm saying? Because as you know, as the Red Pill show for this, man, I'm not, you know, I don't focus on women, man. I focus on self, man.
Everybody bust on that after this one.
You say that again?
I said everybody bust out a book after you finish.
Yeah, so the book I would recommend is called The 10th Insight by James Redfield. Now this book basically talks about yourself, you being on this planet, in this dimension, in this plane, in this as a spiritual being. Like I tell people that I am a spiritual being having a human experience. Now, once you read that book, you understand that. That book will tell you how you have your birth vision, your deja vu, and your death vision, for lack of a better term. Pretty much, you're able to see your entire life from beginning to end before you're born. That's the reason why you have deja vu. That's why you have gut feelings. So I highly suggest people to read that, man, because that's one of the two books that I like to say put a groove in my brain, man. The other book that I recommend, if you want to talk about game with women, all right, I got a book to recommend. Mr. Freeport knows this book. It's called The Manipulated Man by Esther Villar. If y'all want to know about women, yo, I'm going to say it again. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. It was after reading The Manipulated Man by Esther Villar, I say about 2 days later, literally, the red pill chauvinist was born. I read that and it was like, I was like, nah, motherfuckers gotta hear this shit, yo. Like, nah, fuck that. Nah, this shit is crazy. So those are the two books, man. The 10th Insight by James Redfield and The Manipulated Man by Esther Villar.
Now another one I got is the Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman.
Shahrazad Ali.
Ali, yeah. You know what I'm saying? That one right there, you know, sometimes you could get some wisdom through women. You know what I'm saying? That was one of the only women that I could say, damn. But, you know, like I always say, most women don't give you straight wisdom. They kind of regurgitating what they heard from a man. And those are the words of Elijah Muhammad that's coming from her. But, you know, that's the whole mentality. But I'm just glad it came out. And she just validated so much stuff. And I was just, you know, in the book where she describes the jealousy between the older mother and the mothers and the daughters and how their relationship was. You could just kind of break a lot of this stuff down, and then you want to have a lot of you want to be well rounded with dealing with all types of women. So you know what I'm saying, because you get some of those women that are kind of like reformed ratchets,
right?
You know. So when you got shit that triggers, like, man, you know, she started talking bad about her mama. You got examples that Shahrazad Ali threw in that book. You know what I'm saying? He was like, damn, it's gonna be an eye opener. He was like, damn, I know how to play this now. You know what I'm saying? She need a daddy figure. You know what I'm saying? So
there you go.
You gotta know how to play that. You know what I'm saying? And when you got girls like that resent their mama, they tend to not like a lot of bitches. But the problem is they like a lot of men. So they keep a lot of so they keep a lot of male friends. And we all know male friends. I mean, I don't think anybody on this panel is trying to be friends with a bitch. You know what I'm saying? So we know male friends
already.
We just stand by dick. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? We locked and loaded when you ready to let us through. You know what I'm saying? So I tell bitches off top, I'm not trying to be your friend. Like, you know, call me something else. I don't even know how to have a friendship with a woman. Like, people say, oh, that's immature. I'm like, dude, unless you are fucking ugly and we just, you know, we're cool like that, but I still don't want to be around you all the time being an ugly woman, because motherfuckers might say, damn, look at JAP rolling. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not alone out here, man. But, you know, I ain't trying to be no lady friend at all. Like, you can call me something else. You know what I'm saying?
I fuck them and friend zone them. I fuck them first, then friend zone them, keep them around.
That's what I'm saying. We could be friends after we fuck.
Yeah.
But truthfully, we not really even friends. I'm just saying that.
That's my homegirl. I called her my homegirl.
Yeah, that's just an easy letdown. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm with JAP. I had a girl say, well, can't we be friends? I said, you know what, I reached my friend limit. I don't need any more. I think yeah, I reached my honest. And she's just like, but I thought, no, I'm sorry. I don't know why you're thinking, but I don't need any more friends. I'm sorry. I'm good. And they don't know how to respond after that, after you say that.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know.
The last 100 guys was like, okay, you could be my friend.
No, I don't. My list is already done. I have enough.
Enough.
And I'll be honest with y'all, man. I keep a lot of female friends for the game, man. You learn, like I was saying, my therapist friends. You learn so much game.
See,
I understand what you're saying. I have a set of friends. I just talked to one today. So I have one in Louisiana, one in Columbus, and I have another one somewhere else. They're strictly for that. They're not no close. They're not even near me.
Right.
Would you fuck?
Huh?
Exactly. They're not nowhere near me. Exactly.
No, they're not near me. Now, if I go to Louisiana,
but would you fuck though?
I would. When I go to yes. If I go to Louisiana and she just got a new house, if I'm spending the night, he's coming out. He's coming to play in that Louisiana.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I would tap. You already know. We started out like that, and then we just came, cool, whatever the case may be.
I think we got to get back to the term "fuck buddies," and but we gotta come up with another word that could be that could lighten the load to these women.
Homegirl.
It can't be friendship. It's not friendship.
That's my homegirl.
Yeah, it's just not friendship. You know what I'm saying?
That's sis.
Because she can't call me and talk about, her problems with a nigga and shit. I'm not trying to listen to this shit.
Nah.
I see you back in. You good now or what? You good?
Yeah, you said I'm back in?
Okay.
Yeah, are you clear now, man?
I'm back. I'm back like what they say, cook crack around this bitch.
Mortal power around this bitch, man. What up, man? Let me say what up to everybody, man. I ain't say what up to everybody.
What's good?
Yeah, what's going on, Red Pill Chauvinist? What's good, man? I see you, man.
Yo,
just coming back from stage. Yeah, what's happening?
Ain't shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Chilling, man. Just came back from DR, man.
That's how you do it,
all around the island, man.
Hey, yeah, man. Did you turn up down there, man, them big butt holes?
Yeah, I went to the car, your fam, I was in some desolate areas, man, in the mountains, on the beach. Man. I got it all, man.
The next time, goddamn, you go down there to Port the Plaza and hit up Sewell.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've been there before. I made sure I didn't go there this time. This is what I'm saying, man. I was out there 8 days and stayed in 4 different spots, man. I'm talking about I'm leaving one Airbnb spot on my phone, trying to find the next Airbnb spot. Driving to the town, man. Damn near not damn near. I was living out my suitcase, man. That shit was amazing. And that's what I've been, trying to emphasize on my channel, man. Motherfuckers gotta get the fuck up out of here, man. And I don't even talk about bitches.
Travel around this bitch.
Check my shit out, man. I'm not even talking about bitches, man. Like I said before, when I talk about going abroad, I ain't talking about abroad, man. Let's go. That's the ball right there. But yo, man.
Uh-oh, he's sticking him, Tony, right there.
Get the fuck up out the country, man. Get your passport started, man. I was looking through my shit. Yo, I got several pages tatted, man. I didn't even know I had it like that. That's what I'm talking about. I know dude who's on their second book, man. I need to get on it like that, man. And I'm not even talking about going to DR. I'm just saying, get the fuck up out of here.
For real. I'm one of those dudes. I'm on the 4th one right now. I'm 30 years old on the 4th passport. So there's some truth to that shit.
Hey, Professor MGTOW, give him a book. You never gave him a book. And Moto, you too. What's the book that y'all recommend?
Go ahead, brother.
Man, Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich.
Yeah.
48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. It just goes on and on, man. But those are 3 you should read. I mean, reading is powerful, man. It's the gateway of knowledge and understanding that gives us the ability to apply what we comprehend in this red pill game. And the red pill is the truth. And the truth is based upon making and sound analysis of factual information. Call a spade a goddamn spade. And that's what we about. Round this bitch.
And you know what saucy about this panel? Everybody's intelligent, man. We all intelligent black males. We ain't got no fucking dumbass niggas on this shit. Everybody's smart. Lawrence, you smart. You the OG. Noto smart. Minister JAP smart. Red Pill smart. Everybody articulate. Me, you feel me? And we all fuck with bitches. All of us. We ain't got no square nigga not on the panel.
And we still on the underworld subject, right?
Yeah. We still there.
Moto, holla, say something, let me hear something, Moto.
Man, I'm telling you, man, the underworld for the average man,
eat him up.
Would not believe what the fuck would, the average man wouldn't believe it. Imagine women that you see every day on regular basis. It could be a church member or classmate, co-worker, man. You know, all of them. What you see in these porn movies, that shit is not just porn. That shit real. A lot of what they do in porn is based upon shit that happens in the underworld in real life. Women are free to do whatever they want to do in a non-judgmental way, and it gets all the way cracking. And this shit is going on right under your nose, all over the world. Hell, I've been to goddamn resorts and shit that was fucking goddamn 20 and 30 floor resorts that had nothing but goddamn Queen of Spades that want to fuck niggas in there, motherfucker. Real shit.
Would you tell me you fuck some cheerleader bitches? You fuck some cheerleader bitches, Motto?
Queen of Spades. Oh yeah. I'm gonna start off with that. The Queen of Spades, basically, it's a fetish. I don't know. I assume that it must be hundreds of years old, where white women, if you see a white woman with a Queen of Spades, a spade tattoo, or a spade necklace or regalia, any type of accessories with that on there, she's down for black dick.
I heard about that shit.
Yeah, she's owned by
when you see that shit, man, it's real subtle. When you see a Queen of Spades necklace, anklet bracelet, tattoo, hat, whatever, you see that logo. I don't know, a white woman probably wearing that, and you catch on to it, shit, she's down for black dick, man. I'm talking about it. Some of these motherfuckers look like your prissy, your suburban, wealthy soccer mom type chick. Like it'll blow your fucking mind. But the thing is, though, you know, the brothers who can handle that, you know, it's. I think that it's a better way of dealing. It's better to deal with that in order to deal with all the bullshit in the regular world, the blue pill world. At least in the underworld, you know what you're dealing with. The motherfucker's gonna suck your dick and she's gonna bend over. You go goddamn slang that motherfucker to that hole like the Wild Wild West or whatever, you know, protect yourself and keep it moving without all the bullshit. Like I tell people all the time, goddamn, hell, I'd rather rent a hole before I buy a bitch. You feel me?
How you say Offie Stickles, Tony?
Cause these hoes ain't worth it, man. You got a lot of goddamn garbage out there, man, in the blue pill American society. So, you know, I applaud and salute each of you brothers that are encouraging men to travel and open their minds and broaden their horizons, man, because things are not what they seem. And that bitch that you crushing on or potentially sipping on later on during the night, she has a few things she's sucking on around this bitch.
All right, got loud and clear, Moto.
You made some good points, man.
I'm talking about, man, and I have a question for Mr. Freeport. Could you, cause I know these sorority girls are hoes. I know I banged a few of them out in college and shit. But tell me about the initiation. So getting gangbangs and trains ran on them a part of they pledging period, or how does that work?
That's exactly what that is. For you to get to where you're an official member and you've made it through the pledge, they'll have, for example, certain groups are set up as a counterpart. For example, the Deltas, they are like a team to the Kappas. You know what I'm saying? So whenever they have a Delta, they'll call 5 or 6 Kappa guys over to run through them. And this is not just when you pledging. This shit goes on at 40 years old, 50 years old, 60 years old. The shit don't stop. When you're part of that sorority for life, you're doing the same. It's the same shit that, you know, we talk about the dead eyes or eyes wide shut or the Illuminati type shit. The same stuff goes over.
Talk about the Masons and them Eastern Star chicks.
Yeah, they do the same exact stuff, but it's not just something you do to get initiated. But that's a guarantee because they want to make sure they have something on you. It's the same reason why they do it in those other groups. They want something on you to make you stay diligent and stay loyal to the group. So they want to see how far you're going to go. So whenever you're dealing with a sorority chick, you better believe she done been ran through by a minute. If she been there for 4 years in part of those groups, a minimum of 30 guys. And that's just from dealing with her line sisters. And they'll throw parties because I got a lot of Delta homegirl. And this is why I say you got to have homegirls in these things. You know, I've had homegirls that were deltas that tell me, oh, you know, this going on, this going on, this girl did this. And I've had times where I've been invited as, you know, 1 out of 3 guys or 1 out of 5 guys to a whole party for deltas. You know what I'm saying? So they'll do that shit. Like females will get 4 or 5 guys and just 20 females and just fuck on them and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Or 5 on 5. They'll do that stuff in those sororities. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, the world travel, they know who's fucking and they want to fuck who can fuck good. You know, they already know because it's just been circulating through partners like that. So it's you guys don't mess with those. Don't get all hyped up and think, oh yeah, I'm gonna get a sorority chick. Nah, man, they're whole. That's what college is for, to break in bitches.
Nah, and I played football in college, and we would really at my school and university, you know, the athletes, we would get the bitches before they would. So, you know, by the time it got circulated around to them, you know, it was already a done deal. But we would be in the locker room, you know, we was all fucking the same chicks and shit. We would talk shit about it. Oh yeah, man, that bitch, man, that bitch a squirter, man. When she calm, her leg be. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, man. Oh, I was over there the other night. Oh yeah, man. I'm gonna be over there the night after.
That's how it is, because the ball players are the number 1 alpha. The football players are the number 1 alpha.
And we making them think like we making them. We're putting out the projection that we're acting like we don't know what's going on, but we all know what's going on, and we laughing like laughing about the shit like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
And
you went to HBCU?
Hell no.
Okay, I went to HBCU, so it's all black, so it's even worse out there, man. Because for the most part, the white sorority, when you go to regular school, the white sororities, they got their own type of shit going on, and you sort of separated because you got a black. But when you go to school that's 98% black, I went to Tennessee State, so we got people from Georgia, we got people from Tennessee, people from Carolina. It's in the South. So you see it all over there, man. I mean, these hoes, it's crazy out there. At HBCU, it gets crazy, man. Especially in Atlanta, because you got so many schools with so if you in Atlanta, you got all those colleges over there, plus all those gay niggas. So if you part of a fraternity, you play sports at a black college in Atlanta, you probably run through 15 a week. Minimum.
No, you can get bitches hip by going to fucking Walmart or going to the gas station.
That is true. It's true.
Hey, real quick, we'll go like 15 more minutes, so y'all get y'all questions in the chat for these cats. Shout out to Mr. Law 217. He in the chat too. Y'all follow him, subscribe to his channel, and if you want to get on, man, get your email. You already know about this Underworld shit. Put your email in the chat, man, and beam you up.
But the Underworld is a whole another level, though, man. The type of people that are in this, and you talking about, there's some very elite people, from judges and all kind. Imagine a judge, a Caucasian male that's been a judge for 25 years. That his job is to send niggas to prison and shit. And behind closed doors, he has black men come over and fuck the shit out of his wife on the middle of the floor on the air mattress. Think about that.
That's some huge shit with those white guys too. They have let me say the word. The white women have a fascination with black dick, but the white man has an even greater fascination. It's almost an addiction. They're so fixated on the black man's penis, man. It's that shit. I think that shit's ingrained in their DNA, because you got a lot of cooks that like to see their wives get banged out. But a lot of them, if they rather the dude bang them out too. So you said it'll be a judge like that, 25 years locking niggas up, this and that. And at the same time, he'll have another black guy come and rail his wife and treat him, have him cook him out. You know what I'm saying? Have him do whatever. You know, just own his wife. You know, there's levels to it.
It's different levels to it. Like you got they even got the hood black version, and that's more of a rundown version. But there's so many levels, even up to your like, you know, you got people, man, with houses that 13, 14,000 square feet mansions, lake homes, yachts, motherfuckers that do yacht parties and all type of shit. Like, that's really into this shit, and you be like, God damn.
Like this shit is real. You would never even realize this is going on right under people's noses. So, you know, when you see a woman, don't believe, you know, if she's telling you about some southern, don't believe that shit, especially here in Atlanta, man, because these motherfucking hoes got more miles on them than a goddamn round trip flight from New York to LA. Round this bitch.
Telling nothing but the truth, especially with that Atlanta. It was like you breathe and they out there. They was ready to do it.
Yeah, fuck with the A before. JAP.
Yeah.
Yeah, you been out to the A?
Yeah. I was on about 2 years ago. Yeah.
What you think about the bitches out there?
Oh man, it's lovely. Shit, I was down there with a little bitch, but it was lovely. I mean, it's scary though now because you know you hear so many stories and shit. You know what I'm saying about diseases or whatever. But I gotta tell motherfuckers, man, I'm an avid condom user. I'm not, I don't take that risk. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, there's some bad bitches out there, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I like the bitches in the South, man. I like the bitches in the South. They nice. They nicer than the bitches up here and on the East Coast.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You ever fuck with the New York bitches?
I fuck with New York bitches.
And that was the worst one.
Jersey and Philly, but I fuck with this.
New York is a different breed, fam.
I want to see what them Latino bitches doing. I mean, what they call it, Dominicans or Puerto Rican bitches. You know what I'm saying? I want to see what that dykeman like.
The Latinas is cool. I'm talking about the rest of the bitches though. They're a different breed out here, man.
Yeah, they too animalistic, man. Them bitches, you gotta. Nigga, them bitches sound like Rikers prison guards.
Oh shit!
It took me 2 days to knock a bitch. I was getting shot down. I was
all right. So I'm not bugging. So you see why my game got to be tight.
I need to come back to the room with a strategy, nigga. Like, hold on. What let me keep my pen and paper out. What did I do wrong here? This never happened before.
That's why when I go anywhere else, it's like
went like 0 for 7 and shit.
It's like, oh shit. When I go anywhere else, it's like, oh shit. I don't gotta go through these, do this, do that. Like, wow, oh, this is gonna be easy. Boom. Yeah, man. Living down New York, man.
It's easy. It was easier in Atlanta when I lived there versus when I lived in Jersey, New York. It was completely different. Like you said, it's a whole different breed of woman up there. But I did find some gems that were there, but she was from Haiti.
We talked about that. We talked about that. The Haitian woman.
She was from Haiti.
Yeah.
And she did some things.
Yeah.
Lawrence.
You like a man, huh?
Lawrence.
Yes.
Tell these cats about the book challenge. Let's go. I ain't forget about you.
Oh, you about the book challenge?
Yeah,
so
man.
what I'm reading stuff about marketing. So that's completely different to what a lot of guys are doing. So I'm reading No BS Marketing to the Affluent. But one of the books I go over is called The Psychological Domination 101. So how to psychologically dominate someone through your words, through different things that you do. That's something that I'm reading over. And I go and read The Art of the Game. I think it's by Pimp and Ken. I go over that and read that over. I like the story.
I got that one myself. I read that one. It's an easy read.
It's an easy read. There's some key things I go over because I like to. You can read it. Sometimes you read something for the excitement of it, but you got to go back and read over for what's really there, the meat of it. And there's some things. It's like you said, it's an easy read. But I go about the story about he talk about baby. That story is amazing. I like that story. I read it like 3 or 4 times. You know what I'm talking about? About the stripper baby in the book.
No, but Lawrence, that ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the other thing, man.
What other thing?
We all up here, man. We all intelligent. We all.
That's what you're talking about. Man. You know what? This the other thing. So it was a conversation that was had. There's a challenge. So we got these intelligent black men on this panel. I have a challenge for everyone. How many books can you create this year by December 31st? So my goal is to create 20 books by the December 31st. Now we got all this game, we got all this knowledge, we got all this information, we're all content creators. how can we take it to the next level and create books? So my goal is 20 books. See, the thing of it is you think the book got to be long, but it doesn't. It's the strength of the information that's in the book.
Preach.
So
we should, why we all can't be authors, man? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 new authors.
I be telling people, I'm gonna go ahead and stop bullshit and get my shit done.
See?
You think about it, man. It's niggas who be fresh out of the joint, man. You ain't gotta, you know what I'm saying? They got books.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Let me say something, Minister Jap. You got so much. So I started off watching you when I came back on YouTube. You have so much information already on your channel content. Your content can be turned into a book because you already wrote it.
Mm. Yeah, I appreciate that, bro. Because I got over 500 videos that's in the archives, and if I just gotta make it uniform and put the information together and get this shit typed up.
What you're gonna do? What happens is you get it. The work is already done. The content is already there. What you're gonna do is like you said, you get it into the categories of where you wanted to. Like say you got all about the baby mamas. I think you did something about black women, and so you get all the stuff that's with the baby mamas. To say just a whole video about them, all the videos you have about them. Then you get that transcribed. Once you get it transcribed, you get somebody to next step. What you do is to turn it into a book form or a readable. Because you transcribe it from what you just said, it's not readable. So you make it into a readable form. There's your book right there. Then you can bring it out that way. That can be a hard book, or you can do an audio book because you already got the information there. It's so easy. But a lot of times we don't share this information with everybody because everybody's like, I'm in competition.
Yeah, because like when I read Tariq's book,
The Art of Macking.
Was that the Art of Macking? He got like 3 of them. I read one of them. I forgot what it might have been the Art of Macking. It was the one where he was talking about like he bigged up Donald Trump in the book, and then he even was talking about
I know what book you're talking about.
He was talking about it named like some cheap ass color. It named Brute. I was like, who the fuck wears Brute?
Right.
When we talk about like jewelry and shit, you know what I'm saying? Mink coats, and it's like, you know, I was like, it was dated. A lot of the shit that he was talking about wearing was kind of dated, but it was a real easy book. Like it was kind of like it just wasn't like
you weren't impressed.
Yeah, it didn't seem impossible. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, wow. You know what I'm saying? And it's just because I think that when he wrote that, it wasn't a lot of people who had experience doing the field work. And like I'm watching it now, and he's in a marriage, and I'm doing field work damn near daily, and I'm gathering a lot of experiences. I'm gathering, you know, experiences of dealing with different chicks in all types of walks of life, and how the game is now with social media and everything like that. So it's like, if I was to do something, it would be even more. It would be that plus more. It'd be way more advanced. You know what I mean? So
that's what I'm saying. That you have the content. Everyone I listen to everybody on here. I watch Freeport. I watch your information that you put on Instagram. I watch everybody. The information the content is already there. You already have an audience. They will eat up that they got a book that came in the mail to them, or they had an audio that came to them. Then what you do, once the book come out, you teach from the book. Go buy my book. I'm teaching from this tonight on live. There's another step of the money. That's the game I was taught by my mentor.
Facts. I appreciate that. I'm definitely gonna get on my shit.
I want everybody to get on that thing. That's why I say I got 20 books. Now the book don't have to be long, but I got enough content that I haven't even brought out on here from my old radio show that I can definitely bring out 20 books to get everyone. I got stuff for women. I got stuff for men. I got stuff for spirituality. The thing of it is,
I'm happy. I get 2, I'm happy.
Yeah, word, right? Right. I'm gonna shoot for 5, but if I get 3, I'll be good.
Dude, you got your whole travel thing, Red Pill, that you can tap into.
Yeah. Yo, we gonna have to talk on the side about that, man. I'm gonna need you to unlock that for me, man.
And then with Moto too, I listen to your stuff. You got a whole sector of things that people are not even touching on.
Yeah, I agree. That I agree with 100%.
So I'm saying, and then with Alpha, you already know.
Yeah.
I'm saying, but the thing of it is for us to challenge each other to go to the next level. All of us should have a book, at least one book by the end of the year.
Fact.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Get the writing, fellas. Get the writing, fellas.
Let's go.
Challenge accepted,
That's
man.
what we hear, man. So we don't do that faggot hating ass shit, man. We all brothers, man.
Because you know the reality of it is when other people they want to compete against each other. I'm not competing against nobody that's on this panel. You're all my brothers. I never met y'all in life, in real life. But at the end, if I can share something to get you to the next level, I have did my job.
Right.
I gotta push you to say, hey, once you become good at a book, you become an author, you become an authority. You can self-publish, or you can take it to get a book deal. It doesn't matter, but you have something that you give. This is something that you have. It's a legacy that you're creating. Once you have a book, they can never take it away from you.
Thanks.
Right about that, man. And the content is already there. The hardest part is just coming up with a title of the book and categorizing into chapters, because the content there is so much. That's why it's the hardest part, because you got to figure out where to place all the chapters and this and that. But you got the contents already there, man. Somebody was telling me about that, and I started about 3 chapters on the book so far in the last 2 weeks. And I just go off my Instagram posts, because I save a lot of them into categories, and I got like 30 categories in which I save my posts. So I just go there and have them like that. Just take that information, reword it, add more game, and that's a chapter.
I'm telling you, it's so easy. I took my Facebook posts the highest like Facebook post for a year and turned that into a book.
Damn.
I'm just telling you how the thing, and then what I did was I'm gonna just drop some other. So everybody who liked that post, I put their name at the beginning of the book.
That's
what did I do? Then they will say,
come on, Lawrence.
Then what do you think is gonna happen? I'm gonna want the book. They're gonna want the book because their name is in the book. People, the greatest name that anybody have is their name.
Yeah.
So their name is in the book that I publish. They may not never read one word in my book, but guess what? Their name is in my book. I'm just saying.
That's the marketing shit right there. That's the marketing game.
But who's teaching? That's what I'm saying. Everybody on this panel is highly intelligent. I listen to everybody's content. I watch. There's enough from here. We can at least have everybody have a book at the end of December 31st. Even the tragic things that we all do. Because I can talk from a place of being homelessness.
Yeah.
Bouncing back from there. So it's so much we can. That's automatically going to draw people in. I mean, it's so many ways. And then the other thing I'm gonna stop is you have to look at what is your subs or the people who subscribe to you, what do they really want to hear about? That should be your first book, because they automatically tell you, I want to know about this. But you know what? I'm prepping you. What you do is you start prepping your book now. You know, I'm writing a book. You want to be a part of it? Tell me what you think. Give feedback. Get testimonials before the book even created. I'm just saying, let me slow down.
Wow. Nah, keep going, man. I say keep going, man. Wow, I'm feeling inspired right now, man.
I'm feeling the Holy Spirit.
Word, you got my, you know what I'm saying, you got the wheels rolling in my head right now, man.
So this is, I'm gonna tell you what one of my mentors did. He'll take the testimonials that everybody has testimonials of people to listen to their content. So what you do is your word doesn't mean anything. It's what other people say about you that means something when you're in the marketing.
Right.
So when they hear Minister JAP say, hey, yeah, I listened to him, blah, 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 blah. That's at the beginning of your book. You look in any book, so-and-so condone this, so-and-so condone that. Now you get all your content. And when people see their name and their testimonials in your book, that's more of an incentive for them to buy what you're selling.
Hey, AJ put me in his book. That was dope. He put me in the shit. He put me in the shit. He didn't tell me either. I was just reading this shit like, he put me in this book.
Why? Because it's vanity. We all, at the end of the day, want to feel like we already feel we are the man, but it's another level when you know somebody put something, your name, in their book.
Right. And I didn't ask them to. You feel me?
I don't know. This stuff right here, you're not gonna get everywhere. Then
you just dropped a gem right there. Then
the other thing is when it becomes you only sell a limited amount of the book, so you only got 48 days to get this book.
Hey, you know what? The brother is definitely right. We gotta start thinking about this shit because the nigga Derek Jackson dropped like 8 books a year, and we mixing out on a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? He don't believe. I mean, he don't do that shit. He's not that guy. He's not that motherfucker. That nigga's a nigga behind the scenes. I old, man. He's got babies.
You know what he's doing, right?
But
he get black women hope.
He believes in his shit. He believes in the power of what he says to actually write that shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's selling. Them bitches are bad.
Black women love it.
That's why he's gonna keep doing it.
They love
it. Yeah, just like Steve Harvey got rich like that. Steve Harvey. But think about it. Every Negro pastor in America is doing the same thing, telling a bunch of ran through bitches what they want to hear, taking their money and sticking his dick in their goddamn mouth on the motherfucking back end around this bitch. That's what's going on.
Look, it's funny. It's funny you say that because I was just talking to some coworkers about a particular well-known pastor because I was in that industry. What he does, he doesn't get a salary from the church. He gets his salary from his publishing company. Hint, publishing company. So if you start your own publishing company under your LLC, I'm just talking right now. Now you what you do is the people that have been listening to you, hey, I help you set up your first book. There's another level of the game. Dude, I ain't never known no nigga to help me set up a book. What? Now you become his publisher.
Wow. Another heavy gem. Wow.
So could you also implement a publishing company under a holdings company?
A holding company only holds assets. So the holding company, what it does is buy the publishing company. So your holding company is called Motto times 7. That holding company buys Motto's publishing company that publish your books. The money always goes up to the holding company.
Hey, we gonna get that shit done. Like Red Pill. Like, check this out. Now, remember we talked about the travel vlogs, right? Now you actually doing that shit to the point where they look like movies now. That wasn't the. Remember we talked about that. You asked me about it. Like, man, I'm thinking about doing these travel vlogs, and I was like, man, do that shit, nigga. I do travel vlogs, my shit. And he was just like, man, I don't know what I'm doing. I said, man, just shoot some shit and narrate that shit, nigga, and that's it. Boom! This nigga's been coming with fire. He man, check his shit out on his page. He got little movies. He got scenes for whole fucking man. You could tell him about that shit, man.
Yo, my travel vlog. The first one that I got two on deck, but the first one I dropped was when I went to Costa Rica. First time in Costa Rica, went out there straight dolo, no family, no friends. You know, you'll see what the story is why I went out there dolo. But anyway. But
your editing skills is fire though. It looked like a movie though.
Hey yo, I ain't gonna lie. The first day one is called Travel Day, and you know I got music in the background. And yo, Alfie, remember that scene with the Matrix? I'm watching the Matrix on the airplane, and I got a music in the background, and where the music linked up with the movie and all that. But like I said, man, I'm trying to get my little Spike Lee on. But
hey, yo, brother. Yeah. I'm about to say I gotta cut it short, man. I gotta say peace to y'all. I gotta get some rest for tomorrow, man. But appreciate y'all having me on. Y'all email me, man. I'm gonna fuck with everybody on this panel, man. It was a good discussion.
Hey, I'm glad you slid through, man. Just text me up, man. I appreciate the time. We about to get off in a minute, though.
All right, for sure, though.
Peace.
Hey, yeah. Not to go on no rant, because I could go on a rant about Costa Rica, but yeah, check it out. I'm basically like, like you said, little mini movies telling you about Costa Rica, not just about Costa Rica, but traveling in general. Little tips on what you should do as far as like, when you should exchange your money, whether or not you should have your camera out, just little things like that. But besides that, I got great scenes, man. I'm showing you great things, man. And the point of me doing this, I'll end with this. Point of me doing this, because throughout all my vlogs, I pretty much always say, I could show you better than I could tell you. And when I tell you to get your passport stamp, I'm showing you why you should get your passport stamp. Don't go in there expecting to see me riding with pics and all that. I'm not here for that. I put the camera down when it's time for that, or I send it to my dudes on the side, off camera. But for the vlogs, nah, man, it's all about traveling. Like I said, it's all about traveling abroad, and it's not about abroad. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let's leave our last little statements, man. Go ahead, Red Pill.
Your last statement?
Yeah, man, before we get up out of here.
Hey, yo, since the title is about the underworld, what I say is like, yo, most dudes have no idea that the underworld even exists. How about we start with that? So I'll say real quick, I'll tell you the first time I got a peek of it was when I was sophomore in college, and it was a freshman chick. She was all cool or whatever, she was thick and all that. But dude, and long story short, dudes told me like, yeah, she stripped at such and such. I was like, in my mind, I was like, she's a college girl. She just got here, and why would she be stripping? And I was like, wow, yo, you just never know, yo, like, what's what? So with that being said, man, yeah, with the underworld, a lot of dudes don't know that it even exists. If they knew, yo, they wouldn't even be able to deal with it. They probably buy a bunch of sex dolls and all that. But besides all that, I am with the Red Pill Chauvinist. Check the channel out. Not only about I talk about traveling and vlogging. I talk about the manipulated man, which I mentioned earlier. I talk about how to get confidence and all these other things. But not to keep it too long, go check the channel out. Red Pill Chauvinist. The Red Pill, basically, you know what I'm saying? Not following society's narrative, man. Finding your own answers. I'll end with that.
Yeah.
Mr. Freeport.
All right, yeah, we talking about the underworld. I saw a question saying, "How do you get into it?" Let me make something clear. The underworld, once you get into it, you meet people, and your relationship with those people don't always stay inside the club. So you can be part of the underworld and be part of a larger community, or it can be just you and a person you deal with. You know what I'm saying? And you are her. As I use an example, I think it was Solo TV 84 and AFI had a video and some other guys, and I told them, you want to be her Jack Dawson. It's about the mindset. Jack Dawson knew the woman on Titanic. That was Leonardo DiCaprio's character. He only knew her for 2 days, and in 2 days he became her imprint, to the point where she was talking about him 80 years later, still shedding tears for him. Think about, from the time that Titanic crashed, she probably left a man, probably slept with 30 other guys, maybe married 2 more times. But at the end of the day, she was talking about Jack. So it's about mindset. You go into it not just trying to get pussy. You go into it trying to learn. And when your mindset is to learn about women, to learn about red pills, to learn about female nature, you're going to automatically be put into different positions that you wouldn't if you were just trying to fuck. So if you want to get into it, that has to be your mindset. I want to learn. So you become more open-minded, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of power in saying yes to shit, just to see. Don't be one of those dudes, I don't want to go here. I don't want to go. You never know where people might take you. And another thing is deal with older women. The younger women are not going to be veterans in the underworld. It's going to be the older women. And this is why I fuck with older women. When you deal with older women, they're going to bring you into things. They're going to teach you things. They're going to expose a lot of shit to you because they live longer. They know their body. Older women than trauma chicks. You know what I'm saying? Have some homegirls that are strippers. Have homegirls that are therapists, because they teach you a lot. You know what I'm saying? And I'll say this one last thing. One of the guys asked me, how do you get laid? What's the easiest way to get laid? The easiest way is not going into swinger clubs. The easiest way is to sign yourself up for a sex anonymous group in your town. And then you will be in a room full of sex addicts. And when a woman is talking to you about her sexual problems and she keeps saying, oh, this and that, I have this desire, I have this desire, you say that and you mimic it. So when you stay quiet the first time, if a woman likes BDSM in a sex addict meeting, I'll go research BDSM and figure out the most extremes. So when I'm saying the shit, now her mind is running. And instead of her thinking about fixing the addiction, she's craving that shit you're talking about. And then when you're in a sex anonymous group, you got all type of sexual desires, fetishes and kinks, and people tied to underworld right there. So that's, if you really want to learn, that's a little secret for me. You trying to get laid, freaky bitches, and want to learn all that shit? Sex Anonymous group, man. Go sign up. There's one in every town.
Woo!
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm in Freeport, man.
Oh yeah, it's Freeport, man. You can find me on Instagram, Mr. Freeport, on YouTube, Professor MGTOW, man.
Mr. Freeport, about time he got on YouTube around this bitch.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The book's in the works too, man. The book's in the works. Just started it 2 weeks ago. So it's like you said, Lauren said, it's about taking it, man. We all got the content. All I do is go on my shit, copy and paste what I made on a post, and then I just add 2 more paragraphs to it with more detail, and it's a chapter. That's it. Let's take it to the next level.
Hell yeah, man. For real, most definitely.
Go ahead, Mo. You want to flow?
Yeah. You know, we're talking about the underworld. The underworld, you know, I think that every man that can mentally, that's mentally mature enough to handle that, should definitely try it. It's not something that the average person on the street can get into unless you know someone that can bring you into that world. But when you get into that world, you begin to see things from a different perspective. You can see and feels a woman's sexual energy. Like I could be watching the goddamn news and see a woman on the Weather Channel and like, yeah, that motherfucker there can goddamn blow one like a goddamn saxophone. You know what I'm saying? Because you know you can pick up on the energy because you fucking so many women to the point you know when that motherfucker's squeezing down on you. Do you know when she's calming? You know all this damn shit. And you know you get the when you're getting pussy without any stress or any bullshit involved, you know, when you're dealing with these bitches in the blue pill world, you're not gonna want to fuck with that goddamn shit around this bitch. And that's what it's all about. You know, I believe every man in the world should goddamn be able to get his rocks off without going through no bullshit. You know, just like the brother Bob Kraft. You know, Bob Kraft got fucked up, man, up there in that goddamn cheap massage parlor because he wasn't doing it the right way. Or he might have been attracted to the danger. Because that is also a fetish. Some men like the suspense of going to places like that. But you know, the thing is with the underworld, just have an open mind and a different perspective, and you will be able to see, man, bitches love the fuck. Probably a lot more than men do. And these women, man, that some of these women that people are simping over and shit, paying bills for, like, you know, they going on dates with these lame, these blue pill guys, these simps. And then when that guy dropping them off at home, they getting in that car to go to a gangbang. And these women are into all types of shit. I'm talking about bitches that want to be that want to be pissed on the whole nine. That shit is real.
Yeah, we gotta elaborate on this shit. It might take more than 10 minutes because you dropping some shit we gotta go in on right quick.
They into some fetishes, man. They love to be, and a lot of them also love to be physically dominated and degraded. They love to be spit on and choked, and like they like to really be manhandled. A lot of them have rape fetishes. Some women have a rape fetish, and it's Very crazy when you think about that shit.
You know, he makes some good points, man. Degradation is something a lot of women are into, but they never tell their husbands.
We
And this is
extended
the problem.
the time because y'all flowing. If y'all heating up, it's good.
Oh yeah, it's about to, man.
Yeah, let's
You
go in.
talk about
Let's go in.
the
Salute to Bad
degradation
Boy
shit.
TV. You just missed Manager Jack. He was in there spitting flames too.
You talk about the degradation, man. This is the problem with relationships and marriages. A lot of women are afraid to say what they're into. The guys don't know what they're into. But if I give you an example of the trauma, I talked about the therapist who still sleeps with her uncle who molested her from 3 to 13, and she's a sex therapist making $200,000 a year, dealing with all type of people, and she masturbates 20 times a day. She's a nympho. So me and her talk all the time. You know what I'm saying? But this woman here, she was molested from 3 to 13. And this is how sick as shit gets. She masturbates thinking about her own daughter being molested, and her daughter is only 6 years old. So she told me she went, yeah, that's what makes her get off thinking about her daughter being molested. Like she wants to have a threesome with a man and her own daughter who's not even 10 years old. So you got to understand, this sexual shit is not just all playing and all, it's levels to this shit. You got niggas that are doing that will, people that will sacrifice. I know a chick that sacrificed her baby out of sleeping with a Satanist, a priest at the Church of Satan, and she had an abortion. He gave an abortion. They did a ritual on it, and they continue having sex. And now that's the type of shit that gets on. So she likes to get pregnant and then have abortions outside of the hospital and have sex right after it. So there is levels to the corruptness and wickedness. It's not just all spanking and slapping. This shit gets downright demonic too, because sex is a complex thing. You cannot control what makes your dick hard or your pussy wet. You know what I'm saying? You can try to, you just be blessed that you don't have certain traumas that make you attracted to some crazy shit. But you gotta understand, in the underworld, you meet people like that. People who like to touch you with a knife and taste your blood and shit like that. Like we can go all day.
Real quick, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You are a featured guest, so I'm about to go step real quick for a second. So you quarterback this shit, man. It's finished flowing, man. So y'all just chop major fucking game, man. It's rolling, man. If y'all don't want to stop, keep that shit going. I'm just saying, but you the feature, so man, you can quarterback this shit real quick.
All right, so like I was saying, you come across women like that, and these are professional women. You would never think a professional woman would get off wanting her daughter to get molested. And I thought the chick is only 6 years old. She wants her daughter to be in a threesome with a grown man. So understand how crazy it is. And this is why I said the underworld is not just a community, but it's inside people's mind. It's knowing their dark side desires. Because if you're married to a professional woman and she has your daughter and she wants to see her, she's not going to tell you that. She's going to tell some side dude that, and the side dude end up corrupting her the same way she was. So this is why I talk about the dark side desires in the dark side womb imprint. It's called dark side for a reason, because it ain't all about just great fun and shit and this and that. So when guys say how you get into it, look here, man. Even though I talk a lot of shit, I never judge women. That's how I learn the shit. You don't judge them. You got to listen, because she don't tell anybody that shit, but she tells me, and a whole bunch of other women tell me as well. Things like that, sick, wicked things, but you can't judge them because then they'll shell up, because women are afraid of shame. So that's what I said about the mindset. You have to want to learn women, which means you got to go in with an open mind and just be prepared to find things that are corrupt, that'll be corrupted. This chick example, she goes to the doctor with a daughter, 6-year-old daughter, and her daughter has a rash. The doctor is rubbing an ointment, and she's literally orgasming her panties because she's thinking about the doctor fingering her daughter. This is the levels of sickness out here, man. So it ain't all just, and only just all gravy and sex. Sometimes you find people who are past sick. And this is a chick that I found when I was doing what I told. Went to the Sex Anonymous thing. And I don't have a sex addict. I'm celibate, so I can go years without sex. But I want to learn so much that I put myself in an environment like that to hear and connect with people like that, and then I get the game from them. So you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of game in the Sex Anonymous meeting, man. If you up to it.
Man, but it's crazy, man. And then there are several like websites and shit underground that people don't even know about. That, man, it's really like some of the things that these women are into, man. It'll blow your mind. But the thing is, though, in the regular vanilla blue pill society, she will try to make that guy that she's seeing or dating wait 3-4 months to get some pussy. But he doesn't give him up. On the first date, he's dropping her off after he spent $200 on the dinner. He's dropping her off, and she's going to one of these parties getting fucked all night until her pussy hole is sore. I've seen some of them, man. They imagine the party going like some of them last 2-3 days at a time.
Yep.
Like for real, I'm talking about straight 2-3 days straight.
Straight facts, man.
Hey, yo, get it. Yo, talk about
12, and that motherfucker still be going for the next day or two.
Hey, yo, talk about that rape fetish stuff, man. Because I know I'm at this one chick, man. That Panamanian chick that I talked about, man. I felt like she wanted me to fucking rape her pretty much. You know what I'm saying? So dudes don't know about chicks who, you know what I'm saying, they be playing hard to get, but hard to get on some like they want you pushing them up against the closet. You know what I mean? Choking them out. That's off top. That's off top.
But it's so crazy with me. I'm a bigger guy. It's like, I'm like 6'1", 225 built type dude. So I'll be like, they want me, they look at me physically, they want me to manhandle them and shit. And me being a black man, I'm like, man, shit. Hell no. You ain't finna have no goddamn choke marks and shit coming for me. Then you flip the shit on my ass.
Thank you. I agree, man.
It was this one Russian chick. She lives in the one of the high rises in Buckhead here in Atlanta, and she wanted me to tie her up and duct tape her and she said, I want you to tie me up and just force me against. I was like, hell to the dog.
I'm not gonna lie, I've done a whole lot of that shit as a master in the sexual underworld. So I've been a dominant master to many women, and it's crazy, man. I've had one chick that I gave her a black eye, a beat, like literally wanted to get beat, and that's what gets her off. I've been doing that for many years in the past. I'm not on that anymore, but so yeah, it gets crazy. If you're and I tell guys a lot of time, to control the black woman, you gotta understand a lot of them are traumatized. So they're going to be on some degradation, domination type shit. So the way to the subconscious of her mind is her womb. So the womb is the portal to the subconscious. And for a lot of black women, in order to have a dominant position in a relationship, you're going to have to dominate her sexually. Because if you can slap the shit out of a woman during BDSM sex, you can slap the shit out of her ass in a regular relationship too. They didn't like when I posted that, but it's the truth. So you got to establish dominance through the womb for a lot of these women.
But and I know I've said a lot. I made a lot of comments on your IG post, Mr. Freeport, about these women. A lot of African American women are mentally fucked up. They are for various reasons. Some of it may be hereditary. I believe some of it, a lot of them were not raised right, but with these white women and other races of women, hell, they like to fuck and have all kind of kinks and fetishes, but you don't have half of the bullshit that you have to deal with like you do with women of color.
Right.
And it's I be on your page, in the comments, man. I be pissing those simps and some of those hoes off, and you put up visual proof. You put up visual goddamn proof of what's going on, the fuckery out here.
They just think it's some one-off shit, man. They think it's an anomaly, but nah, man, it's
And you put
99%.
Yeah, it ain't no anomaly, man. We the anomaly, man. We the 3%.
He said, if you guys got any questions, man, you better ask right now. Like I said, I've been a dominant master, and so I've seen some shit like it. You know, whether it becomes the wicked shit or women that want to, like I said, a woman that want to pimp out her own daughter and all that shit. There's levels to it, man. And this is why I write red pill shit, because she's a married woman. Imagine you are married to a woman and she wants your daughter to be in a threesome with another man, your 6-year-old daughter, and you have no idea. This is what's out here. If you think divorce is the worst shit, no, sir.
I think a lot of men have no clue of the degree that their woman would do that, or they have no clue of the nature. They're afraid of the true nature of a woman. So she never opens that side of her up to, say, the blue pill men. And so what they do is she goes unfulfilled because that part of her that needs to be dominant has not been tapped into. Years ago, I did my radio show. I said, every woman wants to be ravished. That's the brink of almost being raped, because they need to be dominated completely. And we're talking about black women, especially black women. I have a professional young lady that I deal with. Every time we kiss, I grab her neck. I call it the Darth Vader hold. And I hold her in place. And I said, you better not move. And when I do that, she said, I don't know why you do that, but that does. So she's squirming because she's so used to being dominant in the world that she forget she has not tapped into that. No one has tapped into the side of her where she's being dominated.
Right. That's very true right there, man. That's very true. They go years without it. You gotta, and like he said, focus on that. In 99% of their life, they are in dominant positions with submissive males and simps and careers and all that shit. So they long for some shit like that, to be dominated. That's why they watch 50 Shades or Nymphomaniac and go crazy over movies like that. And I know a chick, the same chick, man. This is, as I say, you gotta have therapist friends, man, because they be fucked up. But this one, she got raped before near a trash can in college, and the guy, she told the guy to fuck her harder. So he just raped her, but from gunpoint, and she told him to fuck her harder, and she started coming. But he was so thrown off, the nigga dick went off, and he ran off. So that's how deep the rape fantasy shit goes, man.
It's very deep, and a lot of guys are like I said, are afraid of that. And it's amazing how many women want this. They want this so bad. But Lawrence, yes,
it's not that they're afraid of it. They have, Lawrence, they have no idea that it even exists.
Very true.
So the average person to think that a woman wants to get play rape or fake a rape. Like I learned that, I realized that in my long-term relationship. I was like, oh, my girl wants to get anyway, long story short, man. 97% of dudes out here are not even thinking a chick wants to fake. That's what I called it, fake rape. They want to get fake rape. They have no clue.
It's all about it's all about they want to be dominated. And see, how much is this pushback with this Me Too movement and all like that is actually a good thing if you really think about it, because now it's swinging this pendulum in the direction of the dominant man. And so we're thinking, oh, this is a bad thing, this and that. No. Because women cannot fight like a man cannot fight their own primal nature. It's going to show up some kind of way. It's going to stick his head up some kind of way. So when a man is in this space and understands it, he always wins. That's why I was able to win in Atlanta. Why? Because of the climate down there. You got a lot of homosexuality down there.
Yeah,
that made my job even easier because of who I was.
If you're not taking that blue pill, if you're not taking that red pill down here, you can get fucked up without it.
Yeah.
Because these motherfuckers be some game running ass bitches, man. And
Yes.
you know, a lot of the thing in Atlanta now, is the hustle. A lot of women that you meet, they'll say, "Oh, I'm an actress and a model." That's another code word for they wait tables and sell pussy around this bitch. Cause you remember back in the day, you know, bartenders and shit used to be just regular people, regular ordinary people back in the day. But now you have the women that are even a threat to some of the strippers. They're bartenders that are selling pussy behind the scenes, fucking the 75, 80-year-old retired guys and shit like that for checks. And one thing, when you think about simping, some of these old niggas, man, they the biggest simps out there, man.
Oh yeah.
That's all they know, man.
I'm talking about them motherfuckers will be dead broke, ain't got the piss in after the divorce and still get married. Cause they simps, man.
Yep.
I just did a video called "Simps: A Necessary Evil." A necessary. We need the simps because they're like the roaches that clean up the mess that we don't even have to deal with. They're the rats.
Or do you think maybe that they feel the way they feel because the quality of women back then was way better than it is now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I think that probably had something to do with it as well. You had a different set of ethical, moral standard back then than you do now with women. And so maybe those men that are in their 60s and 50s, 60s and on up, they probably reminiscing or thinking about some shit that happened in the 70s or 80s or 60s or shit that doesn't apply anymore in this current climate.
Well, that's true, but I hate to put my some parts of people I know, even back in the 30s, was doing some stuff that's going on right now that we're talking about the underworld stuff.
For real?
Yes, yes, and I'm saying it because it's so close to me. It's family. So this was happening in the 30s and 40s. So when the information got to me, I was like, so and so did someone what? The what? Yeah, they had pictures of her do da 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 da. I went, oh, okay. This was in the 30s and 40s.
Wow.
We got some questions on here, man. It's a couple of questions I'm gonna run through. From Explode, Neo Yasha, and Said Jones. Explode said, "How do you get your average chick to see you as a dude they want to do this underworld shit with? Get her to choose you." You guys want to take that?
How do you get an average chick to see the dude?
To see you as. How do you get the average chick to see you as a dude they want to do this underworld shit with?
I think, man, you just to me the natural way, because you know you'll meet chicks, you know, regular square chicks, they got that freak in them, and you know, you just gotta fuck her real good and bring that side out of her. And like Mr. Freeport was saying, the key to unlocking these bitches is being non-judgmental and attentive. I tell them I run a classic game to these bitches when I talk to them. And I tell them, you know, I'm all for a woman that's liberated. You know, I'm just telling them what they want to hear in that regards. They know I will also tell them that, you know, I don't, you know, that a woman should be free and open to fuck whoever they want to fuck, is just sex. So I say these things to kind of get them to unwind and relax and get more and more comfortable with expressing herself, and then she would get more and more into her true nature and what she really wants. That is how you bring that truth out of a bitch around this bitch. I'm telling you, man, right. These hoes ain't loyal. These hoes out here, man, I'm talking about, man, you can goddamn Tom Brady can throw a touchdown bomb pass in they pussy, man. How many miles on them, man? And they've been getting out, and the R. Kelly situation has been goddamn highlighted that these bitches have been fucking and sucking since they were goddamn teenage girls around this shit. These motherfuckers 22, 23 years old, pussy been goddamn beat down like it's been getting his ass knocked out by a Mike Tyson opponent. And you ask yourself, how can your pussy be so big to be so young, bitch? It just don't make no goddamn sense, man. I'm talking
You
about
from
these
Alabama?
man. I graduated from high school in the late, back in 2009. And if I show you a motherfucking picture of chicks that right now in their current condition, you would swear those motherfuckers was in their 50s and 60s, man. Because you think about it, you got 2 kids before you 21. You've been, and that's because, think about it, I want y'all to also visually picture this. If a woman has 2 or 3 kids, how many abortions do you think she has?
Oof.
She's had. How many times has that bitch been come in around this bitch? You know what I'm saying?
True.
I'm talking about these motherfuckers are walking sperm banks, man. These bitches, and the most honorable Negro Black Ram had a classic video called Women Are Nasty.
Yeah.
And these motherfuckers is nasty as hell, man. I'm talking about, man, these bitches is goddamn juggling dicks like a clown in the circus, man. And they ain't playing. I've seen them at these goddamn parties, man. I'm like, bitch, don't try to act funny, bitch. I saw you do a DP a couple weeks ago.
You gotta understand, man, the only way most women can get a man is through their pussy. That's their only bait. You know, men spend money like women spend pussy. You understand? That's our money and our status is currency for, if you're a simp, of course, or even if you're not a simp. But you know, it all ties in, because money is not about buying the woman. Money is about access. Like I said before, when I was in Miami, I lived over there for 15 years, maybe 20 years. And when I went and hang with my NFL buddies, I went to clubs that I never saw before, and in warehouses. So money gives you access to places that you would not be able to go to. It's not necessary. That's why they say a man can have money but doesn't need to spend it, because he's getting access to a certain caliber. So it's the same thing. Pussy gets them access to the man, so they're going to use it. That's all they have. That's literally all they have. They see a guy that can be a good trap, they set the bait. They give him the pussy. They give him the throat. This is their only tool. So you don't sit there and think. I know a bitch who had 5 abortions with me alone. You know what I'm saying? Because I wasn't. That was my main, but I wasn't trying to have none with her. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, is females out here, they're fucking, man. They don't think that they're sitting around virtuous. No, that's all they have to snag a man. Moto made a good point when he was saying about the sitting back and letting her feel comfortable aspect. And one of the ways that I make them feel comfortable is by revealing shit about me. Transparency and vulnerability. I'm big on vulnerability, because to me, it's not about just getting a chick and fucking. To me, I want to be Jack Donson to every woman I meet. That's just an ego thing for me. You know what I'm saying? To be Jack Donson, like I said, that's a nigga from Titanic. He knew her for 2 days. She remembered him for 80 years. She'll be crying about him when he dies, when she dies. That's my thing. It don't have to be yours, but for me, if I can't be Jack Dawson to a woman, she can give me everything. Empty out her bank accounts, give me all the sex, give me her mind, but I want the soul. I want her soul. I want to be her Jesus figure. And if I don't have that, I'm going to feel like, it's going to make me feel like, like I'm fucking up. Like I've had women like, I give you everything, this and that. I say, but nah, it's still more. You ain't give me everything. What do you tell what do you tell when you go to confession? What do you tell when you pray? That's what I need to know. And then when you have that mindset, you have to be vulnerable. If you want to get a woman to that point, you have to be vulnerable. So if a woman is like, if I say, you look like you might smoke a little bit of weed, she's like, then I'll tell her, well, I did this. I might did some Molly, some some ecstasy and this and that. So I'm snitching on myself. So now she feeling like, okay, well, shit, he did more than I did. So I don't have to be a good girl. He can't judge me. So let me go and reveal myself. You know what I'm saying? This is some game behind the scene. You have to be vulnerable to get them vulnerable.
That's real. That's real.
Hope everybody listening. Word.
Yeah, y'all pay attention now.
Right, pay attention. Word.
Yeah, man. Because these bitches, man, they are into some shit. But the underworld, it'll just make you see, because you know it, man. When you see walking into these parties and these rich, these soccer moms and business women and attorneys and motherfuckers is all type of, like, it just makes you see shit from a different eyes. And women can tell that you've been in it. They know that you've been fucking. They can feel it. It's your energy, because you're not overly consumed or overly sensitive or aggressive about a piece of pussy in the mouth, because you know how it is. Shit, you've had plenty of it. You're not tripping. You know what I'm saying? So women can feel that energy. They can tell. You ain't got to say a word. It's a sexual energy that they can feel.
And sexual energy, let me bounce off that too. Sexual energy, guys, understand that's more than a currency. It's a currency, but it's like a whole new personality. Your sexual energy is almost like an alter ego. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what the dark world is. There's this website called Second Life, where it's like a game where you have like an avatar and you can do anything. It's almost like Roblox or something, but Second Life, you can create a character and do everything in real life on there. So people who are antisocial, they go on there. You know, it's not no sex shit, but it's just like an avatar type second world, virtual reality world, what they're trying to, build in the future and all that. But that's what sexual energy is. Your sexual energy may get you a job. It may get you into an elite circle. It may get you invited to certain places. You know what I'm saying? I remember not the first time, but one time I went to France fucking with not a couple, but this guy let me take his wife to France and they paid for everything. So there's levels to it. When you pull a girl out the underworld and you fucking with her exclusively, then you can damn near take the nigga wife and do whatever the fuck you want. Have them pay for vacation, that nigga home, and you out, experiencing shit. So there are benefits.
It's something that you talked about, that sexual energy, because a lot of times people think it's just applied to just the sex part. I actually use it at my job for the women that are in certain positions. There's one particular, and I can't reveal all of that. But the energy between us is so obvious that the other lady's looking like, y'all doing something? And it's not that I'm doing anything, it's because my sexual energy is such at a place that women are automatically drawn to it and they don't even know why. Mind you, she has a husband. Mind you, the other one just got divorced. So what do? They pull me into positions now they're trying to pull me into a position out of my position I'm at work to a higher position, all because of that sexual currency or energy that's there. And most guys miss that point right there. That's a teachable moment right there. Sexual energy. It's so powerful. Most guys are afraid of their sexual energy because they're not been taught to be comfortable with it. Once you are comfortable with it and know how to use it, it's more powerful than what you think. It's actually currency that can be spent. And I don't mean spent, circulated. Let me say that correctly. Not spent, but circulated for exchange for what you want.
Yes,
right.
Indeed.
But their sexual energy is powerful, man. And but women can pick up on it. It's like a relaxed, you don't give a fuck vibe. They can tell. Women know when you getting pussy and shit. They can feel it.
They see you're not thirsty, man.
I know because you're not thirsty. It's a certain, exactly. It's like a silent, confident silent Sigma male type energy and confidence.
Exactly.
It's something you said. I don't really talk about my personal. It's funny when one person comes from out of town, all of them start ringing my phone. It is amazing. She comes from out of town. I know we should know we do the first night. The next day, ding 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 ding. It's because of we forget that energy or that spiritual level is going on. They can pick up, like you said, when you're getting some. They don't know what it is, but they like I got to get in contact because they want that
intuition.
Lawrence, look at the photo behind you. If you can slide your head to a little bit, you see that right there? That line right there? That's sexual energy. Sexual energy is the same energy as the lion hunting. See how his eyes fixated on a hunt? Same shit with sexual energy. You know what I'm saying? You have a certain it pretty much is the same shit. When a lion is hunting versus when a lion wants some sex, or when a man wants some sex, his mind is focused on that woman. It's you can't be passive with it, because if your mindset is, I need to get her, I want to devour her, you're gonna come to her with a different energy than, oh, I want to sleep with her, I hope she lets me. No, the lion's not saying, I hope the fucking antelope lets me attack it. He goes and gets it. You can see it in his eyes. His eyes dim and he fucking goes after and gets it. It's the same thing. It's that type of energy, that dominance, that like Lawrence said, he kisses her, he puts his hands on her neck. You know what I'm saying? Just looking at the eyes on that line, you can tell the different type of energy. That's probably an alpha line. That's probably one that's getting all the bitches.
I'm gonna tell you something. You said something about my line. Every woman that comes into my place, the first thing they comment on is that line. They're mesmerized by it and they're taken back. And I said, oh, you see Leo over there? That leads to everything else that's going to happen next.
Deep game. And that's the psychology. Him having that line there is not for no reason. Not for no reason at all, man. Everything has to mean something. You think he just put that there for the heck of it? I mean, how many times you guys see the video and you probably not even notice that line behind there? That represents something. Mindset, mentality.
So when they come over, they already know they're about to be dominated. And remember, and it's interesting. We talk about sexual exploits, but I remember a young lady came over. Second time we did something, we in the midst of doing something, we on this couch, this very couch, and I call him Leo, and Leo fell on us. Well, fell on me. I grabbed him with one hand and placed him down and was still doing it. And I said, to me, that was, you might have think, well, that's just coincidence, whatever. No, it's the energy that was there. I didn't lose a stroke, and my picture didn't get messed up. So we got to look at, like you said, what's really going on here. That sexual energy is so powerful, and the signals that you give. So if I look at this every day of Leo, what is that training my subconscious to do? To be dominant in everything I do.
Exactly. And women feel that energy is a spirit. They be like, man, they can feel it. It's like a go-getter mentality. They can feel that vibe. It's like that power and confidence. That's what draws them to you. And some of you, have you ever just walked into a room and you just see bitches just staring and shit?
Yep.
They got that just stare, they lock down, you catch them. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. You ain't even gotta say a word. A lot of shit, the majority of game is nonverbal.
Facts, man.
For real.
Man, you guys, in the last 10 minutes, I don't even think most of y'all even got what the hell y'all. I don't even think y'all just got what just happened, man. There's a lot of shit was just circulated.
This is beyond expert level game. This is another world game, because most guys are only talking on the surface, or how do I get the number? How do I get to do this? But if you catch, like what we just said, like you said, in these last 10 to 15 minutes, the level what's being shared is showing you for lack of words, it's the spiritual or the energy side of it, the why we do what we do and how we do it. It has nothing to do with words. It's different things that we trigger inside of us that we train our subconscious spirit, whatever you want, whatever you choose to call it, to get women to do what they want, to do what we want them to do. It's so easy. They have no other choice but to submit because of who we are.
And you got to believe that too. You got to, like I said, for me, I want to have a woman's soul. She can give me everything, man. But if she's holding back, I'm going to be more worried about that 1% you ain't giving me. What if you give me 99%, what is so important about that 1% you won't give to me? What, it got to be something good. And if you don't give it to me, we're going to end this shit. And she really going to be panicking because let me understand, let you guys know something. When you're a woman's dark side lover, a woman walks around, they say black men walk around with a chip on their shoulders because, you know, it's difficult out here. We got a lot of pressures we face, you know. Applying that to the black woman, she walks around, and every woman walks around not being able to speak about who she truly is and what she wants to be. They all have to wear a mask, even with their husband. So when they find a man that they can just take the mask off and let everything flow without worried about judgment and shame, because this is the question one of the guys asked on here. It was the second question he asked. He said, we're getting her to choose you. You have to be the man that she can come to and drop her mask and just tell everything like a therapist. You know, there are some things, some secrets that we suppress so deep that we forget about them. And especially with a woman, they lie to themselves. There are some things that only God knows between that woman. And there are some things so deep that she doesn't even want God to know. If she can hide it from God, she would. So your job is to get her comfortable and getting her to elevate in her womanhood by releasing all that information to you. That's why you got to be her Jesus Christ. And then from a sexual standpoint, you tell a bitch, worship your dick like it was her God. Now you have to be her confession, her priest. When you have the priest sit in the box and she tells you everything, you have to be that. Because when she can release her mind in that way, the body follows. Now she can release her body to you.
No, you said something, man. It just triggered me, and it's from my Bible teaching, whatever. Anyway, but my point is this: when you look at it, the penis is where God cut covenant. So what you have to do now is get her to cut covenant through that same portal. That was the first covenant, was cut when he cut the circumcision. Now what you do is, now you take your covenant that you have through the Most High, or wherever you want to call it, whatever the case may be, now you insert that. But most people think it's just the physical. No, you want her to cut covenant on the inside of her, with her soul.
So I have a question for y'all. I always wonder, like, why, what is something about sperm that gets a woman attached when it's in their womb? When a woman is, when you're fucking a woman good over a period of time, and when she's ejaculated in, she's forever tied to you. Where do y'all think that comes from?
I mean, I've heard that, there's a little bit of cerebral spinal fluid that goes into your semen also. That's basically the juices that your brain, swims in. So think about that. And the brain, when you think about the existence, it isn't just about the physical, you know what I mean? So imagine if that were true, that the fluid that's around your brain is ejaculated inside of her. So that's why, some chicks be like, oh, I feel like you're cheating on me, or I feel like you're doing something wrong. That's because she can think what you're thinking because you just ejaculated your fucking brain fluids up in her. So yeah, that's why.
Because I've been around bitches before in the past where I'm like, is this motherfucker a psychic or some shit? Like, you know what I'm saying? You'd be like, how the fuck this bitch know that shit?
Yo, yeah, man. You transfer your energy, man. You transfer yourself. DNA is a little version of yourself, man.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Our sperm has energy tied to it, and so what happens is that part of that energy, like you said, you said the biological side, but on the spiritual side, it connects with her. So now you since you in her womb, you are now one with her. What we much as we don't want to talk about it, but that's what it is. Now with that sperm, that's another attachment. That's now going as part of mixed with her DNA or mixed with her biological situation that's going on inside of her. She cannot erase that as much. That's why we're saying that some women can erase that, but that sperm is something because also sperm is what? Life.
Yep. And let's remember that, you know, that box is not a self-cleaning oven. So you can check it out, but you know what I'm saying? Once sperm is up in there, man, the body don't really break it down like that, man. Yo. Side note, like I said, I'm in the healthcare field, man. I don't know if y'all know what fibroids are, but I'll be in fibroid surgeries, you know what I'm saying? Just taking fibroids out of these chicks. And my dude, man, I've taken fibroids the size of fucking basketballs out, man.
Ooh.
Yeah, so, man, no lie. I walked in one joint and I looked at the little bucket. I was like, "What's that?" It's like, "Yeah, that's a fibroid." I said, "What? That came out of that person?" I said, "Yeah, yo." She was like, you know, pregnant or whatever. That's why some of these chicks that you see with that little pudge on the bottom, that ain't fat. That's a fucking fibroid, my dude. You heard?
So
how
give us some game as far as like how does that form?
Hold on, let me finish this last point. So this is just my speculation. Ain't no scientific proof behind it or nothing like that. My belief is, you know, if a chick get enough, you know what I'm saying, sperm up in her, DNA up in her, you know, to her, that's a foreign body. So the body has to, like, you know, put that shit to the side, compartmentalize, you know what I'm saying, this foreign body. So I'll be looking at some of these shit with this foreign body, and I'll be thinking like, yo, a bunch of dudes that done splashed up in the box, man. Real talk.
Well, science explains. Remember, I have 3 videos on this on my page: microchimerism and telegamy.
Yeah.
Microchimerism, telegamy says that whenever a man ejaculates into a woman, that sperm stays in her forever and it adds to her DNA. So if she sleeps with a guy for 10 years and he's busting in her all over, and then she gets a new guy and she's dealing with him for 3 years and he has a baby with her baby could end up looking like the first guy because most of the DNA of him was inside of her. And microchimerism says the same thing. Telegany talks about the child looking like the other man, whoever has the most seed inside her, the most DNA. But microchimerism talks about her forming based off the men as well. So her personality, her soul. Have you ever been with a woman so long she starts to talk like you, act like you, laugh at the same thing? Exactly. Her energy changes.
No is everything, man.
Huh?
The motherfuckers know when you hungry, everything.
Yeah. And that's the natural.
My last long-term relationship, my uncle started telling me like, yo, y'all two look alike. We was together like 8 years, man. That's real, man.
But that's what it's supposed to be. See, you gotta understand, most people, we dealing with, first of all, the food destroying us, this wicked ass society. But if you just had one woman and one man for 40, 50, 60 years, that's what it's supposed to do. And that's why, because I'm a paramedic, that's why when a person dies, the grandpa dies at 80, grandma was healthy as an ox. 80 years old, she dies 3 months later. It's not a broken heart. They say broken heart, that's science term. But when you think about it from a spiritual standpoint, he was half of her soul. They cleaved as one, and she lost half of her heart.
Right.
That shit deep, man.
Yeah, damn.
This right here, what we're talking about here, this whole, now I say 30 minutes now, plus. this is something that's not really talked about on YouTube or any other arenas, because I don't think the level of the caliber of something the men can handle what's being said.
Not at all.
That's man. You know, these niggas can't handle this bullshit.
You know, they're not out to seek knowledge, man. That's what the problem is. They're not willing to invest in the game, man. They're willing to invest in Jordans and, you know, buying video games and all that. They're not willing to invest in this game, man.
That's one of the problems I have with the black man. Like get on O'Shea. I like O'Shea stuff for entertainment, but we have too many people watching and not getting substance. And we're all spiritual brothers. There's a lot of blacks in the manosphere who don't even speak on spiritual stuff. So spiritual is not just, I go to church, I read a book, I pray to God. No, it's understanding these type of things, even when it comes to sexual underworld on a spiritual level. So if you eliminate the spirit from just everything, you missing depth on everything. And that's why whenever we get on these panels, it seems like we dropping some crazy ass shit, because brothers are in tune with spirituality, and not religion, but spirituality.
That's why it's funny you said that. And shameless plug, I've been sitting on the course for the longest. It's just it's a course. It's called The Deeper Side of Relationships, and I just dropped it today. And I was going to promote it today, but I came over here. But it's dealing with that spiritual side, finding you in me. That's one of them, one of the videos. Dealing with who you see out there is really inside of you. Once you adjust what's inside of you, you adjust what's inside out there. That means you adjust who she is on the outside. So the problem is not really her. The problem is you.
I know I said a long time ago, I mean, I remember ever since I was young, you know, they told me that God is everywhere, right? So, you know, like I said, as a man, you know, you speak with, you know, you think with logic and reason. The longer, even since young, since they said God is everywhere, I said, yo, if God is everywhere, anywhere and everywhere, wouldn't that mean that God is in me? So wouldn't that mean God is a part of me? So since young, I realized, like, you know, I felt like I'm half divine, half human. That's why, yet again, I say I'm a spiritual being having a human experience. But with that said, the way I maneuver through this world and through this earth is like I'm God walking on earth, man. Like not literally, but if he's within me, then he's a part of me. That's why I feel like I'm a creator. Whatever I want to do, if it's in my mind, if I want it, I can get it, man. So that's why, again, I go back to what I emphasize on my channel, man. I don't really talk about the physical really much. I talk about your mindset, the way you think, you know, getting over your past, stuff like that. Once you get straight in your head, everything else comes to you. Like I was just having a conversation. I just got off work today. Before this, I was having a conversation with my coworker, telling him, like, and he was saying the same thing. He said, "Yo," my coworker was like, "Yo, I'm a cool dude. Ever since high school, you know, I'm laid back. You know, this, that, and the third." And he said, because of that, it comes to him. I was like, exactly. If you're a type of person, you're not thirsty, like we said before. If you just, you know, you're not concerned about women being a priority, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not your number one thing in your life. They will notice. I give them the example. You'll be at a party, the chick would leave the 9 dudes around her, like, excuse me, to come to you and basically wonder, like, yo, how come you're not over here sweating me like these 9 other dudes? That's called being intrigued. Once the chick's intrigued, it's a wrap. But overall, what I'm saying is, you gotta get their mind right, man. They gotta get their mind right. They gotta start getting the hobby, gotta start getting their purpose, all that, man.
Well, it's fun you said that about the mind, because that's what the course is about. Actually, I always refer to Atlanta. But when I was in Atlanta, what I would do is I'll get into a meditative state and pull women that way.
Ooh.
Most guys don't know. That's another level right there. So if it was a young lady that, you know, whatever the case may be, what I would do is I would play out the end what was going to happen. I'll leave it alone, let it go. Somehow she just floats down the street and we run across each other. But I already played the scenario before it happened, because the reason why we would talk religion right here, and I'll jump out of it, the really reason why they crucified Jesus was because he said he was God.
Yep.
So what do you say? What do you say now? What do you say now? If you look at all the things that we're saying, the underworld, darkness, and this like that, you're really just dealing with these are gods talking right now.
Yeah. My man. My God. Peace, God.
The metaphysical world is so powerful.
Woo!
The metaphysical world is real, man.
That's the word I'm looking for. Metaphysical. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've read a couple of books on that and counting. You know, I'm still learning because it's fascinating. And you know, the CIA has declassified documentation that talks about the scientific medical process of how manifestation and getting into deep states of meditation. Talks about how your frontal lobe and your neural cortex and your brain and how those cells are going around when you're in a deep meditative state that creates gray matter, which allows you to kind of tap into that physical world. Like some people have astral projection, out of body experiences, everything. So I want to get to the point where that's something I need to really work on, is really just getting to meditation and getting it, because that to me is how you connect with the source.
Yes.
Let me say something. That's something you said that. Let me tell you, now, like, obviously, let me give a story time. So it was a situation when I was talking to this young lady. I already been into the doing my meditation every day and everything like that. So we connected. She lived in St. Petersburg, Florida. I think that's what it is. St. Petersburg. And so what I did was I talked to her on the phone. We talked to have the conversation. I said, what I'm going to do tonight, I'm going to come in your room and I'm going to touch you in a certain place. You can't do that. You can't do that. You some kind of witch or whatever. No, I'm not. I go to church. My father's a preacher, my mother's a preacher, all that. But I'm going to touch you tonight in your bedroom. What I did was I went into state, alpha level state is what it's called. It's before you go to delta when you go to sleep. So y'all got me talking to stuff I don't talk about on my own, right on my own. But I went into state. You're not asleep, but you're in between before you go to sleep, delta level.
Yeah, twilight.
What I did was I seen myself touching her. When I did that, she felt it while I was in Atlanta. She was in St. Petersburg, and she said, I felt you touch me.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? That's how deep it goes, man. I believe it. That's
man. After that.
I shouldn't be talking about this. This stuff right here is something that needs to talk about. Like you said, talk about behind closed doors, because there's levels to it. And once you tap it, it's not just a one-time coincidence. I did it with the young lady in Louisiana. If we were to bring her on the phone, she'd tell you, yes, I sensed Lawrence. He was here in my room.
And yo, like MOTTOPOWER said many times, man, same chick, different body, man.
So somebody asked where
that's a real statement, though. These dudes, after dealing with so many chicks, I realized there was a fucking pattern to this shit. I was like, yo, and the pattern was all these bitches are fucking the same. Just a little different degree, you know what I'm saying, this, that, and the third, but overall, these bitches are the fucking same, man.
Where did I touch her at? So where I touched her at, what I did was to get her comfortable so she didn't feel like I was, because you have to give permit. I believe in ethics. I'm an ethical man. So you don't invade anybody's spiritual energy space without getting permission. So when she gave me permission, I only touched her on the leg because I wanted her to be comfortable with me doing this.
You put a laugh out loud, as if it was, and it seems hard for most people to imagine. Well, but just think about simple things. If you, let's say you were at the gym, you know, for example, when I'm at the gym and I'm tired, you know, I'm running on the treadmill and my ass is feeling tired as hell. I put on certain music, so maybe some Pastor Joy, some Pastor Troy and Lil Jon, some Throw It Up, and I imagine myself running a touchdown in college, taking a pick back from the 1 yard. And when I'm imagining that, automatically I get a second win because my mind is not just looking at the screen telling me how much time I ran. It's focused on another thing. So that's the power of the mind. It's a simple, just try that. This is a beginner step to understand, because first you have to trust and believe in your mind and the capabilities. And that's one way everybody can begin to trust and believe the mind on a lower level. When you're tired, think about something else. You know what I'm saying? You have to trick your mind sometimes. You know, you have to know that you can manipulate your mind. If I'm doing push-ups and I want to do 20 push-ups, I'm not going to count 1 to 20. I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, and then start back to 1 again and keep going. Now the time I done did 40 push-ups instead of 20 because I kept starting over, or I didn't count a number here and there. But as long as my mind didn't count 1 to 40, I'm able to do it. But if you try to do it straight ahead, 1 to 40, it's going to be more difficult. But this is the power of the mind. It's simple, you know. You just got to practice it and believe it before you can get to the level that Lawrence is talking about.
Somebody put in there, say, be careful how you dabble through. It leaves open to demons. Let me explain something to you. I'm born and raised 4 generation preachers. So I know exactly what you're talking about, demons and all that kind of blah, 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 blah. There are things that I have that did not share here because there's a price tag to get that information, that I would not open myself up to some kind of demons or whatever you want to believe. And I can even go in there, I can even measure your mind and say, who said there were demons? But I'm not going to go there. So, but there's certain things, that's why I said that disclaimer, ethical, she gave me permission to go in her space. I said that for a reason, because you don't want to go into somebody's space and violate it.
Facts. Man, we're getting on some deep topics here, man. Let me look at one of these questions, more of these questions. You guys got questions, man. You need to ask them while you're here, bro, because one of the dudes say he need to find a mentor. Nigga.
It gets deeper, like, I might ask a question like, what do y'all think about the 7 chakra stone, the chakras?
Oh, yes,
that's real.
Yeah. Here we go. Go ahead.
I had a roommate in college. She gave me one because it's one for the throat chakra, the purple one.
Exactly. That's where I'm at. Yeah, go ahead.
And he said, hey man, he said, feel this. So he put that stone up close to me, and I could feel like an energy coming from that stone. And in my mind, I'm like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
I lost it years ago, but I'm telling you, that's definitely real, man. To some of the things that you can do with your mind. And some people take it deeper with astral projection. They can literally meditate to the point where get in such a deep meditative state where they have out-of-body experiences.
That's very true with that. I will say this. So now we got somebody righteous. I'm not gonna debate about demons or whatever the case may be. I will say this with the chakras. There's the crown chakra, the third eye, throat, heart, near the stomach, and then your lower chakra where your penis is. So groin is where it is. So even with that, I read about a guy who would pit women, or you would go, if you had a situation where you couldn't, the situation was a lady had a problem where she couldn't drive because of something that happened to her when she was younger. She got into an accident. So what he did was he put her in the state, and I mean state, into the meditative state. And what she did was he took different colors, and through those colors, he pushed those colors through different parts of her chakra to clear those traumas out of her and to clear over that disbelief.
So she did what with the chakras?
So what he did was he took the I haven't still I had to go back and read over the book, but he did was it was different colors mean different things. So red means certain things. You know, white automatically means purity, whatever the case may be, and in this, whatever the case may be. So he would take a color and mentally push it through different parts of her chakra to push that disbelief or that whole trauma of her being in a car accident.
It's very powerful. And it also, even with some of like the Haitian and Creole like practices of voodoo.
Yep.
Certain colors. Like, cause I know red is protection, and I think white has something to do, but it all that colors, it really does have things that align with that. And it's deep, man. The metaphysical world is deep.
These are all these when that dude say, talk about the demons, you need to understand Jesus said, be as wise as the serpent. So he had information. The information that we're talking about now, this ain't shit compared to what the elites know. Because they removed it from us. So when you take about demons, we had much more information, partner. Much more information.
Let me
go ahead.
This is funny you say that. Let me in my mentor, something he said is funny that applies to this. He said Sunday school is for the poor. It was designed for the poor. But the elite never went to Sunday school because the information that they had was not given at the local church. And a lot of it was not written down, it was passed on verbally.
Right.
So a lot of people think it's written down in the book. No, some things are shared from what we're doing right now. Like we shared if they were to go back and dissect what we just said in this last this whole broadcast, the information on here is astonishing because we gave out so many jewels and so much information. You say, well, how does this apply to the underworld? Because we're showing you the underworld.
It won't believe it. Spirit, the underworld, the subconscious.
Yeah, just that BDSM. These dudes will go on porn, type in BDSM, look at these bitches getting fucking thugged out was what I called it, and won't believe that bitches in real life like that shit.
I'm telling you, man.
They will not believe it.
Like that shit. It's some freaky motherfuckers out here who love the fuck. That's it.
Especially in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Atlanta is one of those places. Every time I just came from Atlanta 2 days ago. Every time I go to Atlanta, I go to Busy Bee's restaurant and I never have to pay for it. And I swear to you guys, last 10 times I've been, I never paid for it. Because like Lawrence was saying, most of the men there are gay. And then if they're not gay, Atlanta's a show commercial. It's a material appearance, visual culture. Just like Miami is, Dubai is. So what you have on, what you wear, it's superficial like that. What you drive. So when you come as a man who's red pilled with substance, women pick up that shit and they flock to you. So I come into a Busy Bee and I never have to pay for my food. My game, what I do is I always ask for a booth rather than those little things, even though I eat by myself. So if I see two ladies sitting there waiting, I say, well, you're welcome to come to my booth. You know what I'm saying? Now they come and sit down and they spending money. They eating their shit, you know what I'm saying? They'll pay for my meal too because I allowed them to sit down quicker rather than waiting. You know, that's why you take the booth. The same with the VIP in the club, booth in the restaurant, booth in the club. Same thing, you know, but if you go to Atlanta and you are a man with some knowledge and some sense, you get treated like a god, bro. Treated like a god.
And because you're right, a lot of but it's a lot of stupid bitches too, though, down here. A lot. You know, it's a lot of
hey, yo, fellas, man, I got fellas, real quick. I got 5% on my phone, man. I ain't even check my energy. Yo, fellas, it was great talking to y'all, man. Yo, we definitely gotta do it again, man. I love chopping it up with y'all fellas, man. Everybody else listening, Red Pill Chauvinist channel, check it out. Yo, fellas, yo, have a great night, man.
All right, man.
Yes, sir.
Riding this bitch.
Yeah, so me, I deal with the older women. I don't like young chicks. You know, I'm a cougar guy. So for me, I don't have the problems in dealing with, and the ratchet bitches don't really come near me because my energy is not that way.
I'm talking about as far as the games, the bullshit, the stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? You got some stupid, you know, you got a lot of quantity, you got quantity, but what percentage of the women in Atlanta are quality women, like real quality, thorough women?
That's true. It's a lot of
What
bullshit.
percentage in America? Period.
It's a prostitution culture out there too, man. Everybody trying to get off. Everyone trying to get off on the next person over there.
Yeah, man, that's why I don't really partake in any of the bullshit. Like I don't fuck with the clubs and shit no more. You know, it's just not what it's bullshit. It's a lot of pretentious type bullshit motherfuckers. You know, I just avoid that.
It is, but I hate to say I had fun at the Leopard Lounge. I went to the Leopard Lounge. I had a very good time, and Compound and 112 and the one across the street from 112.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. Like Moto said, man, it's a lot of stuff that'll take you off your purpose. It's a lot of distractions. So Atlanta's a place you got to come there. If you're trying to get a 9 to 5, nah, go somewhere else. You come there with a business mentality, and you have to have something to stay focused on. All that other stuff, that 9 to 5 stuff, you'll just be lost in translation out there, man. It's the people trying to build and network and focus. The rest of the niggas, the 95% of dudes out there just chasing sex, trying to get a 9 to 5, man.
That's why I tell people,
focus on your purpose.
If you do move to this city, the best thing to do, especially for a red pill man, live outside of the perimeter.
Yes.
So just live outside of the perimeter so you can decide when you want to fuck with that shit and when you don't. Because if you want to fuck with it, hell, you're a 20-minute drive from the city. Because every area outside of 285 is the same distance from the center.
Right.
But it's just a different side of town. And everything is convenient to your area. So you have everything you need in the area that you live, regardless of what side of town. So to me, for the red pill man that's on his purpose, that's not trying to get caught up in the shit, if you do move here, live outside the perimeter.
That is some wise advice, because the last place I was looking at was Villa Rica.
Yep.
I was looking at Villa Rica, and I was going further north to cannot think it. It's past Marietta. I cannot think of it. It's man, I cannot. My mind's drawing a blank. But that's exactly it. Exactly it. And that was my MO. Live outside the perimeter. Go inside. Do what you need to do. You can jump on 300, or you can jump on 285, and you out. Everything was, and that was the best plan.
That's what I'm checking right now, man. I was down there a few days ago because I'm trying to get on at the Atlanta Fire Department. So I had to go do a test over there, man. So I was checking out some houses too on the outskirts, you know, Marietta and a couple of other towns on the outskirts. But that's what I do. Even when I Airbnb it there, stay on the outskirts and just drive in, so you don't have to worry about the traffic too much. But you know, that's a spot to me, man. I think Atlanta's real dope. A lot of people don't like it because they're not business oriented and they're not red pill. But if you're a business-minded man versus the employee-based mindset, and you're red-pilled, I mean, shit, that's heaven on earth for you, man.
It is. And the women, you got women. Actually, you got women from everywhere down there. So when I was down there, they was right with like years before Katrina hit. So when Katrina and the people from Louisiana and the other areas came in, it just made it so much easier. It made life.
Diluted the fuckery.
Excuse me. Say that again.
They diluted the fuckery.
Correct. Because now you have all these implants coming in from the different areas because of the Katrina. So it was just easy. And it was interesting. I thought now you guys are talking about a story. I remember I was at a Panera Bread. I was going to share it on my thing about women's nature. I remember I was a manager at the Panera Bread down there in Marietta. And the interesting thing, the young lady came in there, worked, blah, 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 A, B, C, and D. She kept picking at me. I said, I can't do nothing because of my position. Somehow she conveniently didn't get a ride home that night. So what happened? We met up. I said, go clean the bathrooms. I go check her in the bathrooms. Bathrooms are clean. I said, okay, did good job. Utility closet, and the rest is history.
Wow. That's Atlanta for you. You got so many undersexed women who can't find a man with character. And that's what they're looking for. There was a question on here.
A lot of them are also very superficial and highly entitled. They're looking for LeBron James. The LeBron James / dope boy / rapper / it's that long list. You got to be, some of them just have a fantasy, man, and some of them, it just, they don't have anything much to offer besides their womb.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, I think we got a troll here. Yo, 100 crypto, yo, you about to get knocked out. Because I think you a troll.
It's popping shit on YouTube.
You this goddamn 100 crypto. Are you a goddamn simp crypto? Round this bitch. Come here with that bullshit.
You see what he's saying? I'm just saying it could be me. He said,
Neil said, what are some tells a woman has a dark side she's activated from approaching? Look here, man. If you can hear me, Neil, if you're still in here, every unhealthy woman is going to have dark side desires. And 98% of the women in America are unhealthy, meaning they didn't have a healthy father, a masculine father who led the home. When there's an imbalance in the upbringing, the father's not masculine, the mother's effeminate, she didn't marry a virgin and all that stuff, she's unhealthy. She has tattoos, she's unhealthy. She's, the average. So 98% of women are unhealthy. And if they are, they have desires. All right, it's automatic. It has to be counted as automatic. They're going to want to be degraded, but there's levels to it. So the way I look for it is in trauma. A woman with trauma to me is a gold mine, because I know some guys don't like that. They might say a chick with trauma is a bad foundation. To me, it's a great foundation, because I know that she's going to be having daddy issues. She's going to be looking for a masculine man. And because she hasn't found one, when I come to her, I can build upon her. A healthy woman doesn't think she needs to be built, but a trauma woman, it makes for an easier foundation to build off of if you know what you're doing. So when you want to recognize a chick with trauma, recognize the ones who's down with the underworld shit, she's going to have trauma. That's why a lot of porn stars and strippers come from broken homes and this and that. It's the same why Illuminati chooses rappers who are drug dealers and come from bad scenarios, because if they want people who are so hungry to succeed because they come from such bad stuff, or their self-esteem is so low because they come from such bad stories, that they would do anything to stay on top, which makes them a good puppet. All right. So this is also why they have you sacrifice your family and all that type of shit too, because they want people who are in such a situation that they're so dependent on their image, as an artist, and they want that so fast and so bad. So it's the same with women. If she's healthy, you can't really build her. She's gonna, and there's not a lot of healthy women, but if she's unhealthy, you can build her if you're ready to man. So that's what you look for. Trauma. That's why most strippers and porn stars have trauma. Trauma is the root of all fuckery.
That's very true. So I'm just checking this guy out on here. Motto, thanks for taking care of that, because you can see, because actually we've been talking about some really good things right here, And that we don't need that kind of energy in the chat room or to be a distraction to the information that we've been talking about, right? Because this has been a very in-depth show that I don't think people realize has been offered.
That's the sad part. They don't even see. And it seems like every time we get on this thing, we're saying the same thing, man. It just gets more deeper and deeper, and you know, I don't think people get it though. You know, that's the saddening part. So you guys got to run it back and check it out. One of the dudes said that's a great segue into the MK Ultra aspect of the industry. Yes, when you have trauma, now your brain. This is what they do. When you have trauma, they call MK Ultra is multiple personalities. They program multiple personality by splitting the core personality and injecting other ones into it through trauma. So when a woman has been through trauma, remember I said before, sexual energy is also another persona. So women can have multiple personalities in sexual persona. She can be a dominatrix with this one, a daddy's little girl with that one. These are all personalities that gives her access to completely different social classes, completely different networks, completely different careers, clubs, all that stuff. So, like I said, yeah, MK Ultra and sexual. That's why a lot of MK Ultra deals with sexual ritual abuse, because through sex, you're able to crack the personality and create more. So this is, like I said before I got into the spiritual stuff, I used to read Aleister Crowley books and Satanist books, you know, to understand the dark side. I wasn't one of those guys that said, oh, let me just read the Bible all day. No, I wanted to know my enemy. And that's sort of what got me believing into the spirit world, because some people, you have to see how dark it is to see how light it is. And when you read Aleister Crowley books and read books that deals with those type of dark things, you begin to understand how much sex is intertwined with dark magic. And then you realize how powerful sex really is. They keep this information from you, but it deals with the same shit.
Somebody asked him a question. How can I gather the energy or bring it out?
You want to take that?
How do you gather the energy? I hope what he's asking, how do you gather, or how does he tap into his masculine energy? I think that's what he's getting at. Is that correct? Because that's one of the, well, I'll just say this. One of the key things, once you become comfortable in yourself, and what you got to understand that you are on an energetic level. So you can't master it if you don't know what's there. That's the first key. You have to first admit that there is an energy level that you operate on. And so what we need to do, once you master that level, then you got to realize you got to understand masculine energy. That's the next step. Once you understand masculine energy and you know that it's there and that it's real, now what you do to bring it out, you begin to see yourself exuding it when you walk, when you talk, everything that you do, when you eat. Like the example I gave the guy on my page, I said, when you do this, I want you to experience the masculine energy around you. And what's going to happen is people are going to bump into it and don't even know it.
That's very true, man. I'll add a little bit to that. You know, once you do recognize the power of your energy, you have to feed it just like everything else. You know what I'm saying? You have to listen to certain things, watch certain movies that put you in that vibe. That's what I do. Like I said, when I'm at the treadmill and I'm tired, I put on Lil Jon and Pastor Troy, and thinking that automatically makes me think of running a touchdown, like it's some life or die football moment or something that pushes me to go. Well, if I'm feeling, let's say I was in a relationship and I'm feeling a little simpish or something, I might put on a movie that's dominant as hell, some pimp type shit, or this what got me into the red pill. I would listen to MGTOW videos and it would make me snap out of that shit. So I was feeding myself, whether it's movies, whether it's music that deals with bullshit. You might put on some Superfly or something. You know what I'm saying? You have to feed your energy, because if you look at the water is changed with music. And I did a post on that. If you guys follow my page, I'll repost it tomorrow. but the water changes with music. It's vibration, you know, and our body is 80% water. So your vibration can change based off what you're putting in your system, and that does apply with music and the movies as well. If you about to go into business, or you gotta, let's say you're in business and you're flying in New York, you gotta secure a deal, put on some Scarface, put on some Godfather before. When you're flying there, watch these movies. It's gonna put you in a mind frame of a dominant power move maker. You know what I'm saying?
That's powerful, because what you're doing is you're giving yourself your own personal commercial. And once you give yourself your own personal commercial, you actually subconsciously are training your mind to see things, to be there. What I do is when I'm in that mode, I put on NWA. If it ain't rough, it ain't me. When I put that on, it's over, and it just puts me in the mode like I'm about to take over. Because that part of if it ain't rough, it ain't me. It's like, yo, because it brings back my early 20s, and then it brings back just the whole era and just taking over, being dominant, just taking over. You know what I mean?
Right.
I already changed that right quick, but it's because I'm thinking about the song and just the beat. And so somebody asked a question. Oh, yes, binaural beats. That's another way to get into a mind. I use that for meditation, and it's another thing I use, but I'm not gonna reveal that. Y'all got to get, you ain't gonna get that about what I use for meditation. It's something that I have a system that I use, and that's why I use the alpha level. You want to go into alpha state. Delta is before sleep, is when you're asleep, and then there's another level below that. And so, can you go in depth on how you change your inner self? Will change your women the way you talked about earlier. To get that, it's just a universal principle. How you view yourself determines who comes into your life. So I give you an example. I had a situation with this person, this man was just agitating. Every time I looked at it, he was always doing something, and it irritated me. So the problem was not him, it was within me. So once I deal with the agitation that was in me, that I seen in him, he disappeared. So how does this work? What you do is, Alfie didn't go to sleep. What you do is, how this apply to women is because everyone is just a mirror. Right now, I'm talking to mirrors right now. I'm talking to Freeport mirror, models, they're mirror. They're a part of me that are talking. So as my mentor would say is, I'm just your future self talking to your present self. And so with the case with the women, they're just mirroring some part of you that you're bringing into your life. Now, we may not want to face that, but it's true. You couldn't have been a dom, Freeport, Mr. Freeport, if there was not a dom inside of you.
Yeah.
What you did was that drew the dom, that drew the women that wanted to be submitted.
You make a very good point about that. A lot of guys don't want to face that. The woman is a reflection of us, but also a lot of the problems we cause, and because of our energy and our actions. Like I tell the guys a lot of times, I was in a relationship for 7 years with a chick, and throughout that relationship, I was cheating on her. I cheated on her with over 50 women, probably over 300 times. And my homegirl, my homegirl was like, she began to stress you out because all the energy from the older women were being injected into her, and you were having to deal with it. She said, when you sleep with these girls, you're just sleeping with them, but you're not, it's like when you're a husband, you deal with the woman on another level than a side dude. So I was only sleeping with the woman, getting the sex aspect, but their total energy was being injected into my woman. So when I came home, I had to deal with the energy of all of those women in this totality wrapped into my woman, because I was putting that energy into her through the womb, taking it out of their room and putting it in her room. So when we dealing with the woman and she tripping this and this and that and that, a lot of the times we're carrying energy from other people and injecting it into that woman. You know what I'm saying? So not only is she a reflection of where you are, like I tell people on my page, you have to date at your self-esteem level, but at the same time, you have to cleanse your womb because you'll bring in all the other shit into your new relationship.
That now you said that's powerful. You said that. So what I have a little, I call it a mantra. You can call it a prayer, whatever the case may be. I say this: I release everything, everyone, and everybody's situation. I cleanse myself from that. So if I did say what you did, I would cleanse myself from that so that I didn't bring it into the bedroom with her. So what do I mean by cleanse? So you thinking, well, I got to go, say 1,000 prayers. No, what I do is I ground myself and I ground that energy deep inside of the earth. And then I center myself. I bring all the energy back from those places. Then I ground it in deep inside of the earth so that's released out of me.
And if you guys don't know what grounding is, that's when you find a nice patch of soil that is nice and green under the sun. You take off your shoes and you stand in that soil. You dig your feet into that soil and you become a conductor between the soil and the sun. The energy is being transferred. And we're gonna go a little bit deeper, man. So you niggas, you guys don't even be deserving this shit, man. From a spiritual level, when we have nappy hair, understand a nappy hair is just like a coiled up water hose. If the water hose is straight, the water flows directly through quicker. But if it's coiled, it takes a longer time. So our nappy hair works as a defense mechanism to keep out the cancerous products of the sun. That's why we can stay in the sun longer. It takes longer to penetrate through our skin, and it has to coil. The cancerous products of the sun have to coil through the naps in our hair, and it takes longer. But then the melanin, which gets energy from the sun, works to heal us quicker than the cancerous products from the sun can destroy us through our air. So the hair slows it down and your melanin boosts it up. So this is why we don't get sunburn like other people do. This is why we can sit in the sun all day and become rejuvenated, as melanated people. So this is some deep shit, but grounding is very important, man. Like you said, for cleansing. You can't. This is why I don't be listening to Black Manosphere. Them niggas talk about pumping and dumping, and they don't mention no spirituality. Somebody said this is the type of stuff the ARCs would be talking about. No, Alan Rutherford does not talk about this shit because he talks about pussy and not spirituality connected to it.
And that is the missing key. And it's funny because for a while, for years, I was like, I didn't want to tie the two, but they're intertwined together. You cannot separate this from the other. And once you understand this side, you can understand that side. Right. You see how they intertwine and work together. That's why, like, say the situation you gave about the psychiatrist, psychiatrist or the sex therapist or who she was. She never released all that stuff that's inside of her. So what she's going to do is she's going to attract more of it to it or she's not going to attract that particular situation, but she has not came out of that world and the energy of it. So until she grounds it into the earth and let it go, she'll never be cleansed from it.
Right. And she told I never slept with her. She's slept with over 300 men. Oh, now keep in mind. And she says, me and her have never slept together. And she said, there's no way I'm going to put all my energy, all this stuff into you. Like most guys, she don't give a damn. But for me, because we on a deeper level, it's almost like the spirit world is protected. It protected me before because I could have hit her in the first day because she's like that. But something to stop us from ever doing that. So we've been talking for 3 years and never have been intimate. And then I understand why, because the spirit world was protecting me from her energy. and in a way, she was being repelled from it. You know what I'm saying? So that's some deep ass shit you just mentioned, man.
Yeah, most guys don't understand the power of doing that. That's why even somebody asks, well, what do you do to stop that energy? One of the things I do, and I'm talking on this level here, but I used to speak in churches. So whenever after I pray for people, whatever the case may be, I will wash my hands in cold water. That stopped the energy from moving, because I did not want to take home what they were dealing with.
Right.
So this is gone really to there. Moto, you still there?
I think Moto went to sleep, man. We
put him to sleep.
It still ties into the underworld, though. It still ties in because the underworld is the subconscious and spirit is subconscious.
Right.
Because we're not sitting there thinking about it. But if you guys, I don't know how long I'm probably gonna get off in a bit, but if you guys got some questions, man, go ahead and get it before we get off this bad boy.
Especially when I'm in this flow, because I don't talk about this on my own channel.
Yeah. This is how pimps used to talk, man. When you listen to a lot of the great pimps that go down in history, they didn't ask questions. They just shared experiences, and then more game was given. So whenever somebody came into the circle asking questions, they say, yeah, he ain't no pimp. Because he ain't sharing shit. He just asking for it, and you're less likely to get it.
Mm-hmm.
You guys got questions, man. You guys practice retention? I personally do. I haven't ejaculated in about 7 months. You know, I don't masturbate. So when I say I don't masturbate at all. So when I say ejaculate, I mean, I haven't had sex in about 7 months. To me, it's important. It's very important, you know, and I feel completely different. I go to the gym, I'm full of energy. My confidence is better. I'm more disciplined. I have more strength. When a woman knows I'm not weak, she can't pull me for sex. She can't manipulate you, man. They have to respect you. Because 99% of the guys can be swayed with sex. If they throw pussy on his plate, he's going to pull out the knife and the fork.
And that's interesting because you realize that is the way of the pimp.
Yeah.
Put his dick in his pocket. He does not lead with his dick. He leads with his pocket. I'm just saying, y'all want to talk about some pimp game. Moto, I need you to say around this, you know, that's what it's about. You don't lead with. You there, Moto? I don't know, but you see what I'm saying. You lead. You don't lead with your dick in your hand. You lead with the pimp leads with his wallet. He leads. Where's my money? You better have my money. That changes the whole dynamic. So when you lead like that, she has no other choice but to try to offer you something to try to get you to submit to her, to bring you under her control.
Right. I remember I was listening to this old head pimp, and he was talking to a young pimp. The young pimp said, "Nah, man, I don't fuck none of my hoes." And the old head said, "Wait, so you mean to tell me you fuck for free?" And I was crying laughing about that, because you would think that most guys got the mindset, well, she a hoe, I'm not going to sleep with her. Well, she's doing, his mindset was, she bringing you money. She doing all this stuff, and you're not going to sleep with her. So you're going to sleep with a woman that's free, who's not dedicated to you.
Right.
So that's the difference between the pimp mindset and the square mindset. What made you decide to go celibacy? From a spiritual, I'm an Israelite, and from a spiritual, religious revelations mindset, I don't see this system lasting for another 3 to 5 years. Like, I honestly see the beast system coming into full fruition before 10 years. So for me, it was about cutting down my vices, so I have less things to propel me towards hell. So I cut out the weed, I cut out the sex, the porn, all that stuff. And now one of the last vices for me is music, because music is another thing that's going to send a lot of people to hell if you believe in that stuff. Because music is powerful, man. I remember my favorite artist is Gucci Mane. And I remember it was about a month, maybe 3 times in this 1 month. I randomly woke up at 10:17 a.m. and 10:17 p.m. because his label is 10:17. So this is the music, man. It's so powerful, man, and you don't have to hear it. All of a sudden, the song comes in your head that you heard from 30 years ago, and you can't get it out your head. Music, and if that song has witch language in there, then now you're singing some curses and you don't even realize it. And it's in your head without you having to open your mouth. So that you got to learn your own vices and break it, whether it's for spiritual reasons, but just for growth. You don't want anything to have control over you. Anything. You need to be able to suppress everything.
Very true. You got 2 questions here. Do you have to go through a very heavy sexual section in your life in order to have high sexual energy? The other one is, how do you make her feel comfortable to make her let that freak dark side freely go? I can get some.
You want to tackle them?
You can go ahead and we can tag team this.
All right, let me look at this question again. Do you have to go through in order? Me personally, I'm only 30 and I've been with over 300 women. So a lot of the things I didn't read, like dudes be saying, where's the books? And this, I didn't read books, man. I always came with the mindset of learning. And to give a background on me, I lost my virginity to a teacher. You know, I went to a Christian school in Florida, and I was sleeping with the pastor's wife, who was my math teacher. And I remember telling those guys, that my classmates, like, yo, Miss Horvath wants to have sex with me. I can tell it. And she was hot. I'm like, man, she don't want to sleep with you. And I ended up banging her. And then when I went to college, I found out that she got arrested on pedophilia charges for sleeping with students. It was all over the nation. So you can see that shit on the internet. This is a teacher that took my virginity. You know what I'm saying? So that was my imprint. My imprint became older women. And from then, when I went to college at 17, I was chasing nothing but married older women because my imprint was a married older woman. So I gained a lot of experiences from dealing with older women and seeing how they deal with things. Even now, I have 3 women that are in menopause stages because I deal with older women. And I'm gonna tell you guys a little thing. This might be embarrassing, but I'm gonna keep it buck with you. The oldest woman I've ever slept with, she looked about 48, but she was 63. And she was also the best sex I've ever had. So if you niggas think you deal with these young girls and this and that, I deal with over 300 women, all ages. And the oldest was 63, and she was the best. So let your mind focus on that for a minute. She was the best. And I went to a black college, had 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds and 40-year-olds. And when I was 17-year-olds, the oldest was the best, man, because they have experience. And a lot of guys would think, hell no, I ain't sleeping with no 50-year-old, no 60-year-old woman. There's a lot of 60-year-old women that look 50 years old, man, that look 40 years old, especially if you're dealing with housewives that do yoga every day and their husbands are rich, because this is what I was chasing. So my experiences and my knowledge came from my experiences. And like I said, they would teach me. So one lady, she would play hot and cold. She would make me say things and do things and play hot and cold to get the sex. She just wouldn't just let me get it. I had to actually work. So she would train me and teach me based off her older wisdom how to pull woman, because she wanted to see me become a master of woman. And this is what you don't get when you fucking with young girls.
And you know the interesting thing is, I read this years ago. There was a cult, there was a tribe, and I don't know where it was at. What they did was the older women slept with the younger men, and the younger women slept with the older younger women. And how they did was, it was a constant cycle where they learned how each other worked. And that culture survived, and I cannot fight for me think of where I read it, and I read it several times. That worked because the older one was teaching young men how to function as a woman, and the older man was teaching the younger woman. So it was constantly a cycle that was going on. Am I saying that's right or wrong? This is a no judgment free zone right here. I'm just telling you what I read.
I need to find access to that because to me, that's what my experience has been, and a lot of guys don't have that experience. So when I say it, they don't really understand. But I need to know what that is, man. You got to DM me that if you can remember it somehow, because that sounds powerful, man, and it'll be able to put into words what I've experienced.
So the other one, so how do you make her feel comfortable to make her let that freak dark side go free? If you go back, we actually tackled that question earlier in this podcast, and it's there. You just got to listen to it. It's already there. And to repeat it Roberto is already there on how to do that. Because as we said before, every woman, I don't care who she is, has a dark side. But you had to learn the wisdom on what to do and what to say, different things that you do to get her to tap into that side. The main key that Mr. Freeport said is you must not, and let me repeat, I'm sounding like a father now because I'm a dad. You must not judge her. You cannot judge her. When you judge her, you close the ports of that dark side coming out. You cannot judge her. You have to be a no judgment zone with her. Once she knows that you're comfortable, you cannot react. And she says she likes certain things. You'll be like, oh, okay, that's great. All right. It has to be normal to you. Once you feel like it's normal with you, what's going to happen is she's going to feel comfortable enough to do things that she doesn't do with other guys who judges her for allowing the freak, the dark side, whatever you want to call it, to come out. So that's why, as we talked in the beginning of the show about what knowing the underworld is, because it's a non-judgment free zone where women can let their full sexual pleasures and who they really are out without feeling like they're being scrutinized by men or society. So that is how you be able to, that's how you able to do that. That's how we can say, that's personally what I've done. I say, oh, I don't care. You do that. Oh, you like girls? Okay. Oh, you like this? You like this? You do this? This? Okay, great. So what happens is she begins to open up and say, I want to do this. Okay, cool. When you want to do this? Bloop, bloop. Well, it's in your mouth. I guess you're doing it. That's how
absolutely right. Absolutely right, man. You don't judge, and also you be vulnerable. Like I said, with the example of if I'm trying to get a woman to say, oh, she smokes weed, I'm not gonna say you just smoke weed. I ain't never done that. You're gonna say, no, I never done it either. I'm saying you smoke weed. I did that. I did pills. I did ecstasy. Yada yada. Now she think, oh shit, this nigga did more than me. So my shit ain't gonna look as bad as him. And see, now we're gonna go into another piece. This is why women choose bad guys. A good guy, like a Russell Wilson, to most women, is a mirror that shows all her insecurities and shortcomings. A bad guy like Future is a mirror that shows her looking perfect. This is why a regular picture a regular picture of a girl is a good guy. A filter on Instagram is the bad guy. They can compare themselves and say, he ain't shit, well, I don't have to step my game up. But most women are not going to be able to handle a Russell Wilson because they're going to always see their shortcomings. When he speaks about topics they can't grasp, when he doesn't have the trauma they have, the abuse comes from a healthy home, they feel shorter than him. Therefore, this is the same game that is applied. And like I said, I learned this going to the Sex Anonymous meetings. I can do a whole 10-hour stream on a Sex Anonymous shit because it gets crazy. But when people sit quiet until they realize, okay, this person did most, they did more than me. And then at that point, they start opening up with the real game. So this is how you get the woman too. You can't judge. You have to be vulnerable yourself and don't be afraid to admit what you've done, and even if you haven't done it, make it seem like you have so she can feel comfortable. She doesn't want to feel like the worst one in the room.
Very true. Because of my background, to church boy, you ain't did nothing. You haven't did nothing. And first thing I go in, I said, I tilt my head, I'm rocking like this. I was like, oh, you have no clue. When I say that, and I leave it as an open loop, let me say it like this, an open loop, you have no clue. Then I go to the next sentence. That leaves in her mind a blank space to fill in with her imagination. I never said what it was I did or what I did not do. I just said, you have no clue. Now she's fascinated. And now she wants to do that. She wants to fill in that open space with who she really is, the dark side.
I like what you said better than mine. Mine didn't leave any imagination and curiosity. I just tell them what it is. Yours leaves curiosity, and women love mystery more than anything else. So I actually like, now, see, I listen to your shit, I just upgraded my game. I got a completely different technique now.
Yeah, you leave because if you look at, if you see my stuff on Instagram, you know, he does this and this and that, but there is an undercurrent that they cannot figure out, that there's a dark side to them, and they love the dark side, or they want to make this dark side come out, or they want to figure out, how do I make him good?
Yeah, exactly.
This is too powerful. I should not be sharing this stuff. This is too much for them. Too much for you guys.
And women love killers.
They love
killers. They love crazy guys that are, you know, they're attracted. Let's be real here. Proverb women, 31 women are less than 5%, less than 2% in America. The rest are succubis and Jezebels. The Jezebel is fed off the same thing that Satan is. Chaos. The Proverbs is fed off the same things that Yah is or Jesus is. So when you look at it from a spiritual standpoint, that's it. If 98% of the women are Jezebels, then they are going to like the dark shit. See, you can't look at a woman as good or bad based off she cooks, she does this, she does. No, simple. Proverbs or Jezebel. And that's how you know what you're dealing with. Because I can sit here and talk all the shit. I post some radical shit on my page. Oh, my shit powering off, man. Dang. Well, I guess it's a good night, man. It was a good one.
Uh-oh, you're powering off. Well, you guys, yeah, the chaos, and she ate the apple, right? She was dealing with the snake. Mystery. How is the snake talking? Mr. Freeport, you there? You're gone. I guess I'm the last Mohican, the OG. You guys got a question before I end this? 2 more questions and I will end this. Freeport, you still there? All right. Professor MGTOW, Mr. Freeport is out. This is Lawrence D. Adams, and you are actually on Alfie Kingdom's page. You guys stay up. How can I get in? How can I get in? Yo, you got to go back and listen to this whole broadcast. This right here is full with so many gems from marketing game. They ain't ready for this. You back, Professor MGTOW?
Yeah, man. I'm gonna goddamn going up out of here, man. I'm gonna goddamn hop out.
All right, Motto.
Y'all take it easy. Man, I'm just being honest.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
You guys have a good one. So you guys who I want you to make sure you subscribe and like this podcast. Let's see, we got one dislike. Okay, I don't know who that. Subscribe to Alpha Kingdom. I'm promoting his stuff. Get some rest. This was some crazy game today. This was covering a whole bunch of topic. Make sure you subscribe. Hit that like button before you leave out. I see the numbers declining. The panelists are left. Please subscribe to this channel. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you hit the like on the way out. Hope the game has helped you because it was on a whole different level. Please hit the like. Subscribe to all the content creators that are on here. Red Pill Chauvinist, Professor MGTOW, Moto, who else? Alpha Kingdom, and myself, Lawrence D. Adams. You guys have a good one. We're going to end this. I'm making sure everyone is out of here. Make sure you hit that like. That light hasn't changed. And somebody said they all fell asleep, huh? Said, I hear you, because it was so deep. But definitely hit the like on the way out of here. I need to see a 45 instead of a 44. There we go. Thank you. Hit the like on the way out. Hit the like on the way. Salute to all the kings on here. Salute, salute, salute. Please, please, please hit that like on the way out. Support Alpha Kingdom from hosting this. He out doing his 1, 2, 3. Definitely. Definitely. We have, Minister JAP was on here too, so I can't forget him. Minister JAP was on here dropping some jewels here. So definitely you guys need to hit the like on the way out of here. I am Lawrence D. Adams. Thank you for watching. And I am holding it down at the end. There you go. Hit those likes on the way out. Let Alfie know that this has been excellent broadcast. You say, why, man, why are you promoting somebody else stuff? Because what you do for others happens for you. So you guys definitely need to do that. So I'm here to make sure you hit that for Alpha Kingdom. Hit that like. I need to see 48, and I'm going to shut it down. 48, and then we out. Hit that 48. 48, and we're going to shut it down. Let me see that 48. We got 40s. I need to see one more like. One more like on the. You need to see 48, and then we're going to shut it down. 48. Can I get that 48? There we got 49. You guys have a good one. Thank you for showing up, and we're out.